welcome back to FNCS OCE Major 2. We are now into day 2. We had amazing 6 games, didn't we, Matty and Tony? And today we have another 6 more. I'm Profound Wise, and I'm joined by Matty and Tony. And, whoa, how excited are we about this today, Matty?
Oh, we're really excited. Halfway there, and hopefully all the prayers answered in this last day of competition for our squads. You know, they've got a lot to fight for. We're seeing some leadership towards the top end, but considering how close it is between everybody, I think that it's anyone's game even still.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake here, isn't there, Tony, about, the top 2 teams will be going to the Global Championship. And as Matty was saying, the competition is quite close in that top 10. Do you have any favorites going into day 2, Tony?
Oh, it's a priority looking to predict favorites here. Of course, my eyes are on Resign and Tinker. They've shown a ton of star potential, right? Maybe the average placement's not there, but the wins are what get you across that board. Of course, they're currently sitting in second, not far behind first. Of course, there is just 10 points between these 2 teams. So yeah, Resigns and Tinker are probably the ones to keep an eye on as well. Kazi and Aspect have been playing pretty lights out throughout yesterday, but it's a different day, so we can see a shake-up here, especially within that top 10.
That is so true. Now, Matty, what about you? Is there anyone that you have your eyes on? Before we go into the nitty and gritty details, who are you looking at?
I'm going a different direction from Tony. The obvious answer is who's in first place, but I think we got to set our sights towards, so something a little different. Second place, Aspect and Kazi, or rather, Aspect and Kazi in first place there have been looking pretty great, but my eyes are more set towards Venox and Bulldog. I think that they've had a great showing, slowly clawing their way towards the top side of that top 10 there. They were more towards the lower end, towards the beginning of the day, but I think that there's some that definitely could take it a little bit further beyond.
No, I'm excited to see how both those 2 teams go. But of course, as I was saying earlier, we do have 6 games today. Let's have a look at the schedule because it won't be long before we're going into game 1 of day 2. 6 games. First one will be starting in about, oh dear, I shouldn't do math, 13 minutes. Well, time delay, it'll be 6:15. I'm not quite sure what the delay is for stream, but we'll be starting very shortly. And of course, 12 games total, Matty.
Yeah, this is the start of the day. We're going to have a little bit of time between now and then, and very excited to see how it all unfolds. Will we have some quick games? Is everyone going to go slow and steady in the beginning? It kind of felt like, we were slowly but surely climbing to the top of the summit as the day progressed yesterday. So I'm eager to see if that intensity will carry forward into today. We continue that upward ascent there, or whether we start at that middle ground. It's a slow and steady start as we warm our way into things.
Now, Tony, there is so much to play for today, and of course yesterday as well. As we mentioned earlier, Tony, the top 2 will be going to the Global Championship, but of course there is money on the line too. So let's have a look at what is our prize pool for OCE Major 2.
Absolutely. A ton of money on the line for the players. First walking home with 16,000 USD. Second as well, getting 12k USD, as well as getting the opportunity to represent Australia overseas in the Global Championship. Of course, it trickles down a little bit all the way to 8th, getting 1,600. And then, 9th, 10th, 11th to 20th, still walking home with around $1,000. Not too bad. And then 21 to 30th, $500, and of course 31 to 40, $400, and then 41 to 50th, $200. Everybody's still walking away with a little bit of cash to their back pocket. That's not bad for a weekend of Fortnite.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, it's duos, right? So you get to walk away with 100. Maybe you have to give a little bit to your coach. Don't know about that, but $200 is still quite a lot for one team to walk away with. And every team, of course, is coming in with different strategies. And the strategies are probably based on the point system that Fortnite FNCS has. Depending on how many eliminations they get or the placement, Matty, they'll be getting different points.
That's right. The eliminations making all the difference, and that's why even despite having 0 victory royales there, Kazi and Aspect have had good placement, but the eliminations have really been taking them over the line there. So obviously getting the victory royale will net you a ton of points for 65 there, but each elim is going to get you 4 per down there. So definitely got to be a focus to try and get those eliminations alongside the highest placement possible, as from that 65 points, it starts to trickle down slowly but gradually from there.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it really depends on their playstyle. Some players have been playing really aggressively and being able to get themselves into that top 10. I mean, you mentioned earlier Venox and Bulldog being in 4th place, but let's have a look at the leaderboard and dissect this a little bit further. Kazi and Aspect, we've talked about them multiple times, Tony. They are currently in 1st place, and they have done so through consistency.
Yeah, it's been consistent high placement for them is how we've seen them rack it up. Of course, elims, they're pretty high up there as well. 26 leading the elim total there as well with Venox and Bulldog. But yeah, as well, placing above the top 10 in 5 of the 6 games is pretty good. That's where all the points come from. 2nds, 5th, 6th, 9th, and 8th places respectively, of a few kills to their board here or there. It just all really adds up. Of course, we want to see a good mix of both, right? You get a lot of points for elims, but you also get a lot of points for placement, and that's why Kazi and Aspect have been rewarded here. They had a little bit of a rough last game yesterday, but it got a little bit chaotic in that 6th one yesterday for sure.
It definitely got very chaotic in that 6th game last night, and I'm expecting that sort of chaos to come through to today. I mean, we are in the final half, the final 6 games, and that's when things start to get warmed up, when people start to, maybe hot drop or go for the reckless plays. Another pair that was a victim to the reckless plays at the beginning of the 6th game was Resides and Tinker. They got eliminated at 42nd in that 6th game, but Matt, we've been talking about them a lot because they have 3 victory royales.
Yeah, they've been really consistent. They managed to win half of the games yesterday, so it goes to show they're a formidable force. The fact that they're pretty close to 1st place between them and the Aspect squad there, they're a force to be reckoned with. But I'm eager to see if, the 3rd place side of things, the Mace squad, is able to kind of claw their way up as well, because really, there's not that many points between that top 3 right now. Like, there is a reality where the Maces managed to take spaces here.
Yeah, no, I totally see that happening. As you said, there's not much gap between 1st and 3rd, a little bit more of a gap between 3rd and 4th. But Mace and Mace, I feel like have been the more silent achievers here in the last 6 games. They never got a victory royale. They have been somewhat consistent, placing in the top 10 4 out of the 6 times, compared with Kazi and Aspect being 5 out of the 6 times. But yeah, Mace and Mace, they've been a little bit more quiet comparatively, but still really, really consistent. But Tony, we have to talk about Venox and Bulldog as well. They've got a lot of eliminations, and they have been very aggressive.
Yeah, it's interesting that they get into kind of that top 16 mark, top 20 mark, and that's where you start to see them come alive. And we saw some high elim games out of them yesterday. I believe 10 total in one of the games, I believe, to start off the evening. And then they kind of teed it off a little bit. 18th place, 3 elims there. And then we're back to business. 5th, 8th, 8 and 9 elims respectively in both of those games. So yeah, Venox and Bulldog definitely no slouches when it comes to this competition. But of course, looking at this top 10 overall, I want to put my eyes on as well some newer faces, of course, in that top 10. Solvi and Sazers, who they got away with a little bit of a point runaway at the end there, securing that 1st place, 6 elims as well on that final game to shoot them up here into this top 10, where, you look at the rest of the lobby, you're like, Solvi and Sazers definitely not expected to be here in this top 10.
Yeah, Solvi and Sazers is a little bit of a unexpected one to make it to the top 10. I'm excited to see what happens throughout today as well, because will they be able to keep themselves in that top 10 and maybe push themselves further and even higher and get their highest place in existence? I believe in Major 1, Solvi placed 19th and Sazers placed 13th. So a big change coming in, starting the day in 9th and with lots of room to grow. Matty, is there anyone else that you're looking out for here today in the final 6 games?
Yeah, I think that outside of who we've highlighted already, I'm curious to see how Anon and Minty actually fare today, because they certainly were players that made a bit of individual impact themselves. You know, obviously not as highlighted as some of our other squads towards the top side of the top 10 here, but there's a reason that they've managed to make their way towards that 8th place there. But speaking of, it looks like we're going to another place very soon, aren't we, Ricey?
We really are. I'm very excited to see what happens here as we are going into Game 7. Matsy and Tony, I'm sure you guys have a lot to say about all the players here because we have 100 players loading in right now. You guys take it away.
Here we go. It's time to get down to business. Time to get the road on the show. Show on the road. Whichever way you want to go. It's time for the Matt and Toe show. And Tony, how you feeling? We're getting into game number 1 right here, right now. And take a look at the map.
Yeah, game number 7. We got a beautiful map for you to show you who's landing where. Of course, if you don't have the insider knowledge, of course, we saw a few different teams actually contesting Alex and Reckless here up at that Lifty Lodge. You can see a few teams around on the map there towards Lifty Lodge. About 4 squads there, I believe. Freestyle Newt, Ghostly, and Coots there duo. We saw Smoke and Hezra as well did get involved. So that's as well, you know, to point out why Alex and Reckless have fallen down a little bit here at that 6th place ride, Matt. They've had a few games where they've had to deal with some unfortunate starts, and that's got to be really annoying as the defending back-to-back FNCS champions, when you're just kind of having your gain ruined to a third party.
Yeah, you don't want to be dealing with that, especially early on in the piece. You know, just when you think you have to focus on one fight, another one gets thrown before your very eyes. But looks like they are going to be gliding along right now. Alex and Reckless just taking to the shores here, looking to loot up as soon as they possibly can. See if they managed to get something further. I'm surprised they're so close to the water, considering what happened with Fisher and Co yesterday. They might have a bit of trauma after that battle.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm worried for them, but of course they seem to be all right for the moment. Quick trade here from Everlong and their duo. I believe that is Pumpkin, and Everlong getting taken out early. So quick elims to come across the board here. One squad already out. And a little bit of a different approach here, actually, as you alluded to, you know, close to the water here for Alex and Reckless. They're taking a little bit of a different path around the lodge and getting themselves a different loot path. Might be how they find success here going into a very important 6th set of games here.
Yeah, it carries the utmost importance, especially towards the tail end of it, you know. And these early games today could decide really how things go in the long term as well. We've already had one squad go down early, so unfortunate start for them, but this is only the beginning. So there's still room to consider your outcomes, and it was actually Pumpkin and Everlong's squad going down, so that's going to be rough for them, considering they were one of the teams that we had a look at pretty often during yesterday's proceedings.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at Pumpkin and Terra. Historically, have been one of those teams that's always played within like the top 10. They've always looked like front runners in all of the majors that they've played in. And Alex and Reckless in a little bit of a scuffle early on, trying to get up onto the height. Alex bonks against the roof. He's able to correct himself, and great shot to come out here. Will secure a player down to low HP, and Nekes as well taking a little bit of punishment. Alex getting his aim tested early, Matt. Of course, these players probably had a little bit of time to warm up, and what a shot there, Alex. That's that FNCS champion difference right there.
Yeah, the veterancy is shining through for certain, Tone, and they're locked in to see if they can get more out of the zone before it makes its next stage of progression here. They've got a minute to, you know, hold things together before things start to get a little closer. But for now, these squads are taking it as close as they can. Weizenbot there. And what they can to try and set up the angle will be Xavier, igniting all the hope they need there, and they will win the battle. So, great stuff coming out from that outcome, and we'll see if they can scope out anyone else hiding nearby as well.
It's Keep your eyes on this one as well. We didn't get to talk about this duo in the pre-show, but Xavier Vazen have been quiet achievers, especially Xavier as well. You know, not one that is kind of loud and proud like most of the other veterans here in the lobby, but has been performing well, shooting pretty good and putting up some respectable numbers for their duo. Of course, currently sitting in 12th, I believe, in the current leaderboard. So not doing too bad. Kurosaki and Zavs here. Gonna be one of those unfortunate duos that didn't have the best of day ones, but as we alluded to, Matt, this is a different day. This might be a different change of pace, especially with the fact that we've already lost one of our teams at that top 10. This is, you know, starting to shake up already in this first game.
Yeah, so far, already shaking things up and ready to see how things progress and going deeper down the rabbit hole as we'll take it slow and steady in the beginning here. Looks like it's Leray in there, just prepared to take the battle from a different stage here. Might find Karina in a second. Good shots coming out from both squads, keeping eyes on them there. Unity could be hunted down by Zorain there. Or in fact, that's their teammate, but they're going to be hunted down by the other squads nearby, I'm sure. We'll see how they go, though. You know, they've got to worry about different angles of elevation here, but no one dares to make the first move yet. You know, they can stay patient. The zone's nowhere near them. They can just sit tight for the moment.
Yeah, you don't want to get too overzealous. You know, first game of the night, first game of day 2 here. Don't want to make an unfortunate blunder and maybe tilt yourself a little bit going into the next few games. So it's all about keeping a level head, not taking risky engagements. Some good editing here from Zilrain. And, well, we can see just, you know, a few early fights, but of course this is where it gets quiet. This is where rotation is more important than shooting your gun for the moment. All the off-spawn fights have subsided. And, well, it's interesting as well after yesterday, because, like, that's how Fortnite goes, right? We get a little, you know, we see a few off-spawn fights, but it gets a little quiet. And then all of the chaos happens the last few games. And I imagine today's going to be no different, right, Matt? That's the way OCE like to play. Very cool, calm, collected to start, and then it gets chaotic.
Yeah, they really like to bring out pure chaos when things start to heat up, don't they, Tone? But you get to see some little whispers of the chaos before it all starts to get truly fiery in the earlier phases here. For now, though, looks like both of the squads in this building are just going to be making their own little fortresses here, just taking it easy before looking to get a pep in their step and fire away into the battle. But still going to take it slow and steady for the moment, and we move on to another angle here. It's Bando God holding from the low ground.
That's a pretty good spot.
Ooh,
gonna be
good shots.
Yeah, good shots there. That's the one thing we noted yesterday as well. A lot of these players really good at hitting players on rotation. Not an easy target, especially one that's moving. So, you know, get the aim warm here early in this first game of this evening. I like this high ground too. Transcend can just kind of look down here on Peppy and Sneaky. But they're going to be bunkered down here on the edge of the storm as it is coming in. And of course, Sneaky, Peppy. How do they disengage this fight? Because they will be shot at once they're spotted. Gonna have to use their mats to wall themselves off. And slowly dwindle resources out of them going into the later game here. Ooh, shot back. All right, a little bit of a warning one. Love tap back here in the Golden Grove is now Transcend Bando. Their next point of rotation, but of course I have to grab some mats before you go.
Yeah, got to make sure that they can keep themselves accountable for the moment. I like how Tinker there is sneaking by. They've got eyes on Damo there. Haven't spotted their teammate just yet, but they don't need to worry about that. You know, if they can get the right angle, they might just be able to catch the elimination as soon as possible. But they're still just going to be articulating this sneak attack, if you will, slowly but certainly. But the other squad's already left the castle, Tony, so they can have free reign over this position.
Yeah, looking for reign over and Tinker. That is a quick one. There on to Damo. Now looking to build up here. Get back up on the height. Secure yourself positional advantage. And early elim for Tinker. Early points here for Reside and Tinker, as we wanted to see. And Spooks, ooh, more shots out of Resigns as well. This is a deadly duo to go against, especially one on a tear, right? Of course, as we saw a lot of game wins out of them yesterday. Some great elims as well as they found their way into God spots in that storm. And well, they've got the Skybase to oversee the lobby at the moment. Solvi Caesar is one of those teams that made it into the top 10 after a fortunate last game yesterday. You're going to have to bunker down and be careful. They don't want to make any sudden moves here because Tinker and Resign have that killer instinct in them to pounce.
Yeah, ready to pounce in a moment's notice here, Tone. And you can see that a moment in a real time as Harry gets knocked there. Good from Spooks on this one. Doesn't have to score a Damo this time, so might have to find a little place where they can bring their teammate back, but they're not going to worry about that for the moment. Still going to play it safely. We'll lock in the elimination eventually, and Fisher still going to be waiting patiently from down under. Ready to launch a shark attack.
Swimming around right now, Spooks. Just trying to get down into the low ground. And a little bit of editing. Making the most safe path possible. Has lost Damon. So this is a very, like, tense 1v1. Both these two also, of course, looking for that reboot potential. Fisher gonna shake hands and fall away, but Spooks wants to go for the chase here. The B-hop to carry him across the terrain. And the ramps are good, the building's good, the reboot van's in sight, and Spooks knows that the other player, is Fisher, wants to go for it, so they're going to be fighting for it. On top of it right now as the Storm Eye is shrinking, and they need to probably think about rotations in instead of the reboot at this moment.
Yeah, keep their thoughts locked in as soon as possible here, but they're still just going to be a holding position for the moment, Tone. You know, still looking to fight this one out as soon as possible. Play Spooks ready and waiting here, doing the best they can to close the gap between them. Fisher on their toes as well, trying to propose the next point of contact here. See if they can lock in, you know, their bait and switch onto this one, Tony, but they refuse to push it the full distance here. Spooks could be in a bit of trouble, though. Maybe forced into a bit more of an uncomfortable situation in a second. But there could be a third party on the way, Tony. Look who's coming.
Yeah, there is a third party on the way. Fisher's trying to stick in the face of Spook, and the shot comes out. And Spooks gets some good damage in initially, but now here comes this third party, and Spooks is like biting off more than he can shoot. And he's going to have to maneuver his way around, some quick edits, some quick building. Spooks will get out of harm's way for the moment. And the duo actually opting to back off here. There was that quick elim on towards the, I believe it was Fisher. Yeah, Fisher, yeah, getting taken out there. So, well, the duo able to sweep themselves up an elim and then walk away.
Yeah, walk away and not look to play anymore into that one. Pepe going to go down there. Good elimination coming through, but considering we haven't seen many elims so far, Tony, Storm Surge will be active. So those below going to take a lot of punishment in quick succession here. They're going to need to go for a few more fights if they want to stay out of harm's way in that aspect.
Yeah, it's all about dishing damage. You can't just sit passively and rotate your way in. The zone will pull northern side just outside of Shaken Sanctuary. Goofy and Z-Dog on their way on in. Double Chug Jug here for Goofy. So it's going to have a ton of HP for maybe going for some pot shots here against some of these other squads in the zone. Yeah, well, Tinker resigns. We go back to them. Going to have to use a few of their meds because currently in an engagement, a little bit of a rough position for them to rotate in towards the zone because you've got a few teams up on the high ground to the left and of course a few teams over to your right as well. Feast and Solar, I believe, that duo that was blood hungry here for a few elims early. Millie's lost their duo, so now just going to have to bunker down. No shields, no meds either. Yuli's just going to have to rat it out. He's going to get taken.
Yeah, really solid eliminations, really creating a cluster over the feed there, Tone. But with the cluster, we see much more placements being locked down, locked in. So Unfortunate for those who are victims this time, but don't fret. Still many more places to be claimed on the board here. And still much more yet to ensue. I did see, I believe, Bulldogs squad suffering at least one casualty there. So still going to be online with one player remaining, but they might not be so lucky in the long term. Speaking of, the feed is lining up again, and just like that, I've spoken it into existence, Tony. Venox has gone down, and they will be placed at 38.
Yeah, 38 for a duo we wanted to see more from going into tonight. And well, Patinka resign. Again, they're just playing on the edge of this storm. And they've got a good rotation in. That storm's not far from them. A little more of a southern pull. And they can use this hill for good cover as well. Can kind of just build themselves a nice little fortress as they cross it away here. We'll go towards the boxes. Use that for a little bit of handy cover to build on. And they've got a good spot in zone here. A lot of teams going to be rotating into them, so they're going to have to be cautious of a few from that northern side. Phasma, Crusade, as well, a team we wanted to watch out for. We had them highlighted yesterday, Matt. Definitely one of high skill ceiling, but didn't really get to show that all too much yesterday.
Yeah, but today could be their day, Tony. You know, even if one day is not your day, there's always tomorrow, and tomorrow is today. So, let's see how they play this time around. There's still more chances to put on a wondrous display. Phasma, Crusades, just going to be holding patiently as the zone gets closer and closer. You can feel the intensity heating up slowly but certainly here. The zone are making moves and forcing their players to get into a different position here. Everybody trying to collapse upon those positions and trying to see if they can lock in any close elims on this one. Eggman going to be trying to snipe them down here with Silas. Not going to be able to lock too much through, but there's certainly going to be some elims happening on the other side of the coin here.
A few elims here or there for a few squads. Silas and Eggman, pretty good spot to shoot a lot of these duos coming in. We're down to the top 29 here as that storm starts to shrink. 7th out of 12. Now Reckless Alex, how do they make their approach on the outskirts? This is what we saw from Kazi and Aspect yesterday. You know, you lay low, take a road less traveled than most of these other duos who are probably going to be trying to climb the hill as well. Reckless and Alex, they get themselves into a good spot. A few duos above them, but not really in harm's way for the moment. They dodge all of the chaos on the rotation in, but this is a really rough zone for a lot of these teams to fight in, Matt.
Yeah, it comes with its fair share of difficulties, doesn't it, Tony?
Yeah,
there could be more where that came from. Oh, Spooks going to be going down there, so their squad placing 29th now, and more to follow, I am certain, as more elims light up the feed there. And we are going to be seeing the next phase of the storm in a second as well, so things are going to get even more dangerous than they already are.
I love this from Alex and Reckless. Look at how fluently they're moving within the zone. The rest of the squads here all happy to fight. I believe that's Tinker going down in the feed. Did take out Anon before getting taken out, so nice little one and done. And yeah, Alex and Reckless just great maneuvering around the side of the cliff. We can see Aspect and Cassie actually have done the same here, so 3 elims for these teams to secure with some great rotation path. Oakley, Gerald, one of these squads as well you expect to see within that top 16. Now down to the top 25, and the zone pulls a little bit more outskirts of the hills and down to a flatter piece of land. Necklace and Alex, they're taking towards the low ground, not on the height like the rest of these squads.
Yeah, looking to take it from a different angle this time. It's interesting to see how they've changed it up, considering yesterday we saw them have a lot of dominance on the height here, but they're adapting accordingly and really looking to give it their best. Speaking of, we're seeing a lot of players already getting knocked down, eliminated as well. Falcon not so lucky there, dummy to follow, and more. Everything is lighting up, painting the town red on this one. And let's see who can thread the needle onto the next set of elims as we find Oakley has a bit of success there, and they're looking to blast the scoreboard even further.
Yeah, Oakley, Zeph and 6. Don't expect Zeph and 6 were one of those teams that kind of got caught a lot of rotations yesterday, but they've got some good pace here. They're trying to take out Mason. Mace here on the background, trying to gatekeep them from walking in. Alex Reckless once again back to the low ground, and again, you spoke about how much dominance they showed from the height. The low ground seems to be how they want to play. Shot comes out onto Eggman, but the trade is through. A few of our heavy favorites now. Reckless has to put on his best walking shoes. Gonna drop on in, and Solar will go down. Another elim to Reckless and Alex. And that will be, of course, Alex fully finished off by Crusades. 60 limbs to their board is a pretty good one in this top 15, Matt.
Yeah, so far so good, Tony. And there's going to be a more. Yeah, I'm ready for this. Oh my goodness, up close and personal. They feel the impact of that one. So, Reckless can be not so fortunate that time. Unlucky for them, but there's still a more chaos yet to ensue here. Oatly, the best they can, are going to be hunted down by Zeph there, but no, Zeph going to be the one to fall this time around. So, solid positioning from the top 10 squads here.
Yeah, that's a pretty good spot. Aspect, Kazi, that's going to be them out. At top 10, Cripsy, Nanu, one of those teams that peaked early yesterday, Matt. We saw in the top 10 after that first game. Wasn't expected at all, but a lot of our heavy favorites going down. Opens the door for a few of these teams that had a little bit of a rougher showing yesterday. Now look to make their surgence here on the leaderboard. Crusades for 2. Elims now. Only is the one to fall a victim to that one. Phasmat did get traded. And Crusades the front runner of the pack while the rest of the squads try to walk in. Mason Mace still in this top 8, Matt. So eyes on that duo to make some magic happen here.
Yeah, make it. Magic, make it happen, but
Mace.
Looks like their wish has not come true now. Mace in a lot of trouble. Knock comes through on one of the Maces. Looks like they may be followed up as well. As Inoue goes down as well. So good damage coming down from above this time. Locking in a lot of knocks there. At least one of the Maces is still here though. So they've made it to the top 5, which they're going to be hoping for. You know, they can definitely have a good chance at clawing higher position out of this one. See just how deep they can take this run, though.
Yeah, I really like this position from Jared up on the height. That's 8 elims for their duo. In the top 5, a lot of points there for that squad. And now Mace trying to keep the points going. 4 elims across the board here for the Mace duo. And Gerald, again, just spectating as the storm comes on top. He's able to see all of the action happening here towards the low ground. Ooh, some shots back. I believe that was from Mace from the low ground, so I'm going to be seeing, again, rotation. Just a ton of room here for Gerald to move in. In top 5, Mace has to be cautious from below him. He's going to try and climb up to the middle ground here, so Mace is going to be uncontested. Garina and Kurosaki, I believe, the only duo left in this top 5 right now.
Yeah, it just seems like a war of attrition right now. Everybody playing that game of sustainability. Mace not so lucky, had no items to rejuvenate them there. So now brings us down to the top 4 and 3. Everybody locking in, breaking it free here. Could be down to 2 in just a second. Gerald fighting for near luck here. Trying to see if they can thread it through. The knock comes down. So solid position for Gerald here. Trying to break through the boundaries as well. And it will be down to 2. Gerald or Spotnik there. Who can take it here? It's all or nothing because the storm is just such a tight distance. Somebody has to pull through this one, Tony. It could be a war of attrition with the items here. The fight comes on. It's Gerald taking away first place there.
Yeah, what a game. That came down to a little bit of a heal off, and then both were like, nah, we can't be healing off here. We're going to have to put our guns where our mouth is. And Rice, what a close to that one.
Yeah, that was really, really exciting. I mean, quite a lot of the top 10 were eliminated quite early before that next top 10 of that game just then. That was a bit confusing. So it was really exciting to see some of that new blood come through. I mean, we got to see Asterix, Kurosaki, and Zavs be there in that top 10 as well. But unfortunately, despite them being a duo, they weren't able to close it out and get first there. They're currently 47th though. So that will definitely boost them in the overall leaderboard. But of course, what do you guys think about the game so far?
fantastic, honestly. I'm really impressed with how it shaped up in the beginning there. Like, obviously, it was pretty slow to start. You know, we had, I guess, more on the low end of the eliminations, which is why the Storm Surge activated to begin with. But once things started to heat up, they really came out in a big way there. I was really impressed with how tenacious, you know, some of the squads were. Like, I was really happy to see Mace and Mace there making it into the top 5 in particular. That's going to be great for their own individual placement there. So really curious to see how things shake up.
Yeah, I think it'd be really exciting to see if Mace and Mesa, well, they could actually even get second after that, maybe even first, considering how the placements are so close in that top 3. But yeah, the other one that I'm really excited to see performing quite well is Oatly and Gerald. They had a bit of a quiet day 1, and they got 10 eliminations and first place in that game 7. So the leaderboard, that top 10, is definitely going to be shaking up. Let's go to a short break and let's get you that leaderboard once we come back. We'll see you guys soon. Day 2, Game 7 went absolutely explosive. We have a few shifts coming through from the leaderboard, but welcome back, of course, to FNCS OCE Major 2. We had a bit of a shake-up a little bit in the leaderboard, didn't we, Matty? Number 1 is not number 1 anymore. They've dropped down to 2nd place, and Mason Maze are now on 1st.
Yeah, the Maces clearing spaces, as I said before. They've done it again and now managed to claw their way up to 1st, only by a 4-point margin though. So certainly a minor gap between them. It would not surprise if that evolves heading into our next game as well. But you see Resigns and Tinker there, the gap between them and the top 2 there is widening a bit, you know. But in terms of the top 10 overall, it's so close between pretty much everybody.
Yeah, the points are pretty close. I think this is one of the more closer majors that I've seen recently. And I think as well, one key person or team that we need to talk about is Oatley and Gerald. They were able to get that 1st place, earn themselves 105 points with 10 eliminations, and get themselves into that top 10. They're currently 9th place. But if they want to get that 1st or 2nd, they're going to have a couple more games like this, Tony. But how else do you think this leaderboard has shaped up? Is there any other key duos that you want to point out, Tony?
Definitely Rainy and Spoctic. I wasn't expecting them in the top 10. We were speaking, you know, in the green room about it, and I was like, oh, Spoctic with that 2nd place that they got with those 6 elims really shook up. Well, who was probably solidified as 6th to 10th at the moment. So, you know, that's pushed Crypty, that's pushed Vazen and Xavier. Well, Vazen and Xavier still at that 12th, so they're not too off bad here. But that's pushed Pumpkin and Tarok down to 8th. They had a little bit of a rough one there, going out as the first squad in that game. They did get 1 elim, so they secured a little bit of points. But yeah, they probably would have wanted to push for a little bit more. But yeah, Rating and Spoctic, if they can keep that one up, they placed 2nd yesterday after our first day, and you know, 2nd again. If they can keep up consistent placement like this, they could potentially push towards 4th and 5th.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is key, as we can see from the top 3. We can see that they're very, very consistent with their placements, and that's why they're in those top 3 positions at the moment. One other team that I want to talk about as well that's not in the leaderboard would actually be Zavs and Asterix Kurosaki. They came 3rd and gained 100 points. They were currently 47th at the time of going into Game 7, but now find themselves at 27th place. So a big jump up, but of course a long, long way to go if they want to be with the big boys on the top 10 teams. But of course, Matsy, Tony, we're loading into the game. We're loading into Game 8 right now, and I'm sure you guys are very excited for the game to start. You guys go ahead and take it away.
Oh yeah, we're ready to get down to business all over again here, just like our teams primed up and good to go. And we're going to flow our way forward, seeing a lot of drops over towards the chop shop there, Tone. And keen to see how they try and take over this midsection of the map here.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, looking at all of these teams that are some of the heavier favorites here in a lobby like this, and it's especially looking at how the leaderboard is shaped up. Mace, one of those teams is actually getting contested early here towards the western side of the map. Phasma Crusades as well is a team that lands quite close by. So yeah, a lot of these heavier hitting duos, especially some that are vying for top 10, top 5 placements, are landing very central, putting themselves in harm's way early on.
Yeah, they're really trying to earn their points early, aren't they, Tone? Just trying to garner as much attention as possible. And very eager to see how things pay off as we get the early bits of loot stockpiling up as they progress forward. But still early days yet, you know, certainly want to keep yourself out of harm's way whilst also trying to build up as many resources as possible. So curious who's going to be the unlucky ones to be the first ones down. Well, Bolding's duo could be the ones to be shaved out of this one, Tone.
Yeah, this is Bolding, the Bolding duo. I don't. They've been doing a lot of hot dropping tonight and yesterday as well. One of those teams that's trying to mess up different squads' games and just hasn't really netted them any success. It did try and mess up Alex and Reckless's game. I believe yesterday they were doing a lot of hot dropping on Alex and Reckless. Did end up in, I believe it was like 39th or something like that, so didn't really get a lot out of it, but it's just that threat that kind of annoys the team, that really kind of shakes up how, like, the snowball effect of that is, like, really annoying to see. Tinker resigns, though, looking for an early fight on the Fisher God and their duo. And a quick elim immediately from Tinker. They are playing like a team with no fear in their hearts right now, Matt.
Yeah, no fear. Stepping into high gear tone and ready to see if they can garner more attention from this point. As they take it slow and steady. Yuli's in trouble. The knock comes through. Will their teammate be able to save them? Not today. Elimination from Venox and a Bulldog this time around. So, well done from them to lock that one in. You know, they had a little bit of a tough one last time, but this time they are primed up, earning their points when they can afford to. Silas and Eggman as well. Looking to see if they can steer this fight in their direction. Taking it slow and steady here. They can see King Saw and a Kyoto there on the top, but they're not going to be dropping in just yet.
And they'll be dropping in. Ooh, Silas. That's a shot in. Saw above, though. Bit of a tactical game here being played by these two squads. As we'll see, walls edited, walls built. And of course, a little bit of a crawl here between these two. Ooh, Saw. Taking up a different angle towards the backside of things. I believe just so much fighting going on in this small little space as well, next to the reboot van. So whoever comes out on top, able to bring their duo back at least if it goes all pear-shaped. Silas has lost theirs. And Smoke gives good cover. Silas trying to, maybe, yeah, go for the retreat. Doesn't want to deal with this fight anymore.
Yeah, not this time around. Gonna take it slow, take it easy here. And look to evacuate accordingly. But Spooks maybe looking for something more. Getting up close and personal there will be Sam Wingu. Taken down by a Damo. Good elimination, a lockdown this time around. And look to take away a little bit more from it going forward from here.
That's interesting. Some early fighting. A little bit more than our last game. Yeah. Team's slowly starting to ease into the night. And, of course, well and truly eased into it after yesterday. It was a little bit more quieter, but now a little bit more chaotic. Saw still around this reboot van. Looking for the potential for more E-limbs. Does get shot, has to fall away, and now he's going to be running fully. Yoda, though, in the thick of it, will be chased down here by Six and Zeph. They are still firing away on a sword too. This duo needs to get out of here. No meds. And not really a way to fight back.
No way to fight back this time. Just like on the other side of things, Kyoto in a lot of trouble there. Will hit the rubble this time around, leaving their teammate in a bit of hot water here. But speaking of hot water, looks like Vinxie Fishy there going to be shut down by the Damo and Spooks duo. So, well done to Pincer upon that angle there. Strangle through another placement and look to see if they can get further potential off their eliminations.
Hiding in the bush? This is a new...
Camouflage tech.
Yeah, I was going to say the bush isn't in, but I believe there's new skates, like new boots that can... help you move around the map. We don't have the gauntlets anymore, Matt. I'm kind of sad about that one.
Bring it back.
Last major we had the gauntlets. Now we've got some fancy skate shoes, whatever they're called. And well, Bulldog, he knows he can hear all of the mats and walls being broken. Bulldog trying to put the pressure on. He sneaks and he will try to find danger up in air. Down comes the shot on a Bulldog. The shield's blown away. Now Bulldog and Venox might have to think second about this fight because Danger and his duo, they've got a little bit of bite in them, Matt.
Yeah, got a bit of bite, a bit of bark, and ready to ignite the spark into the next battle ahead of them. It's Danger aim. Now I'm going to be able to take the high ground here, so at least they can utilize the elevation. Well, maybe not for long. They're closing the distance. Bulldog and Venox ready now to take the high ground for their own here. Danger in high danger and evacuates accordingly, taking a few shots all the meanwhile. So good aggression from the duo on this one.
Yeah, this is, I really like this. Bulldog and their duo really trying to get some points going early. Slayer, I have to go with edits, very diligently putting those walls back up once they get shot out here, but you want to be the aggressor, not the aggressee, and it's gonna be Slayer gonna be knocked down there. First one, Swizz. No falling back as we go back to Bulldog and Venox in this fight against Lyric and against Danger. And there's going to be a knock there onto Lyric, so just left to Danger. So where are they? Taking up on the higher ground here while Venox and Bulldog took down low. And this is going to be a hard one, with especially the Chug Jugs to get these two to full HP. Venox will be receiving that first shot though. And Danger just has to be diligent with those perfectly placed shotgun shots. We'll find him, and shots come through, and Danger's gonna be taken. 2 E-limbs to Bulldog and Venox.
Yeah, 2 are down and maybe more to follow. So we take a look on top of the lighthouse here. They've made their own renovations in the meanwhile, so it might be blocking out the light a bit there. No one going to be able to get out of the water, Tony. So we do have a Toff Pitter holding from the top of this one. Just waiting patiently for anyone to pass by here. Obviously, early days, they can continue to kind of keep scope of things from the height here and just wait and see how things go before they put themselves into the action here.
Yeah, this is something we saw a lot of yesterday. A lot of teams taking up on sky bases and getting some good information here. Just the lay of the land, you can see where everybody's building. You can see if another team also goes for a sky base. The problem is you kind of tell the whole lobby where you are.
Yeah, it kind of gives away your position. You're a bit like a beacon, aren't you? You know? So it can work out for better or worse. Maybe it's a trap waiting to be sprung by those holding position there, but maybe it's an opportunity for others to capitalize upon, just like our teams right now, face to face in the close space here. Venox and Bulldog ready to try and see if they can deliver something, but Bulldog not so lucky, not coming down from Brewski there. Elimination locked in. All going to be up to Venox this time in that squad. So that's a bit of a problem, Tony. They're going to have to back out of that one and look to find the res later.
Yeah, that's not great. They were the ones that took that fight. Venox was walking up very, very quietly into that engagement. And, well, losing Bulldog. The front runner for the duo with those 3 E-limbs. But you can see anti-rotation now here for Venox. Looking for a reboot. Van is going to have to go very far to the northern side. We'll grab some mats on the way, of course. Does have 2 Chug Jugs, so going to be pretty healthy, especially with those shocks as well. Can fly about the maneuver. Going to be going for the weapon drop, actually. Nice little crate here to be picked up. Nobody's going to be contesting that one. The rest of them are, well, the rest of them near that crate are probably going to be more focused on getting on into this next storm.
Yeah, more focused on changing position for now. You know, obviously it's still early phases, so you're not going to take too much chip damage from the storm yet. You can afford to kind of ride the wave, so to speak, for as long as you need to. But later on, when it does get a bit more uncomfortable, that's when we might just see a few bigger changes on their way through there. Z-Dog, as you can see, just calm, collected. They're chilling for now, zone, but they're going to have to worry about the zone later.
Yeah, they're going to be rotating. Goofy Z-Dog. A little bit quiet, Vazen. And they're going to be cruising along this little raft here. They're actually going to be grabbing themselves a second. So both of the duo got themselves a way of getting on in. Venox was just looking for the reboot here. Storm Surge warning. He's not going to take all too much. Slayer and Swizz. He'll let them pass by over at Latte Landing. And he just wants this res. He's just waiting for them to be fully gone before he goes for this stick.
Yeah, their time will come. Sooner or later, Tony. See if they can make the most of it, though. As Venox just going to be holding a position for now. To see if they can get a few or more bits there. At least having the med packs available We can certainly put them to good use, especially trying to survive through the storm here. Try and hold position as much as they possibly can. See if they can get us something forward as well. Bulldog could be back online in a second.
Yeah.
If they do find opportunity, and that's going to be the perfect way to keep them in the game.
Yeah, I was curious. The duo there over at Latte Landing, not hearing that one, maybe? I was going to say it's very loud, so would have thought they'd go for the fight. Goofy being a little bit cautious here, and he's going to get knocked finally there. Zabs picking up that first knock, looking for Z-Dog. Gonna be popping at that Chug Jug damage threshold. Now gonna have to shoot a few bullets, get some damage out. So now above it, not gonna be taking a whole lot. And Z-Dog's gonna rotate out. Shocks gonna be building walls behind. And top 41, Matt, a lot of teams still up going into this Storm 6.
Yeah, and that's going to change, you know. I think that with the Storm Surge now online, there's certainly more opportunity for the numbers to dwindle deeper and deeper beyond. Lucky for Resigns and Tinker, though, they're going to be above the threshold, so they don't have to worry about being on the receiving end of an absolute ton of damage. For now, they can still stay comfortable, stay sitting pretty, but looks like they might be getting hunted down there. Fisher having a unfortunate event there. Looks like the knocker going their way somehow, some way. So not sure what happened to Fisher, but hopefully they can be recovered, I suppose.
Pumpkin and Tarok actually going to be making it a little bit later into the game this time around, right? The first team to fall in that last one. And no, Tinker and Resigns have been spotted up by Pumpkin. And they probably wanting to lay low, dish out a whole bunch of shots here. I like this point of positioning here from Pumpkin and Tarok, though. They've got great cover with the mountain to their right, but also, you know, have a little bit of a divot that they can sit behind here. Well, nobody going to be able to get some free shots down onto them just yet. Top 39 here. There's this next storm about to come on in, and we'll see where this zone starts to shift, and it is a hard west pull. All of these east teams now going to have to move quite a bit, man.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a move sooner rather than later, and it looks like now the feed is lighting up, Tony. They are starting to get things locked down as we've broken through our top 40, and now might even be 30 in a second here. Lots of squads are meeting their demise. Zeal going down in particular, getting the 40th place there, and many more squads to follow. But see how things shake up as the next zone shift is going to be only seconds away here. So more chaos yet to ensue, and here we go, Tony. It begins.
Oh, shot there as it begins. The chaos down to top 32. And Tarok and Pumpkin, quiet achievers right now here. As, they've had unfortunate start to their day, but you know, it's about how you shake off those bad starts is what makes a champion team. And a great rotation on in there. And still have to get on into the zone, not quite making it the full distance. Tinker and Resign. 3 elims to their board. They've been quiet as well, maybe looking to start to heat up here. They'll drop on towards the low, but their low ground's getting shot out currently from underneath them, so gonna have to take back up on the height. And it's interesting position all on this like shallow cliffside. It's gonna be, yeah, a lot of teams probably vulnerable to the zone shift here. And as well, a lot of teams vulnerable from teams playing up on the height.
Yeah, there's many angles you have to account for. You know, if even one is left unchecked, you could be just left in the elimination zone as sooner than you even realize. So, see how things fare now as more eliminations start to light things up. Gerald and Co. trying to see if they can catch teams on the rotate. You know, they can certainly slip through a few surprises. They can catch something there already, getting a bit more damage. So it's forcing their opponents to really rely upon the resources sooner than they would hope for.
Yeah, it's going to be about keeping resources in this late game. As, we got a good few spread of teams out towards the western side. A little bit more of a southern pull. Alex Reckless maybe sitting on 3 elims as well. A lot of our favorites sitting at 3 elims right now. probably want a few more to their total. Let me try popping the half jug there. Getting themselves to full with both of those. Of course, you want to keep the chug jug for when you really need it. That's a very important thing to note. Resources are very scarce as the late game progresses, so keeping everything up and keeping everything ready to go when you need it. A few chug jugs to cycle through as these fights go on. Reckless, Alex will be on their approach here to the southern side. A lot of open space down below as well that not a lot of teams are actually opting to take up.
Yeah, not looking to take it up at this time, Tony, but maybe opting in for it in a second. It's Gerald and co. No, they have to worry about the maces on the height there, even taking a bit of punishment from them. So no matter how high they are on their own tower, there's still going to be players to reckon with even higher than they would imagine. There'll be a Zeph in a bit of trouble there, so unfortunate for them. A Storm Surge going to be active as well now, trying to see if they can minimize some of the remaining squads. Aspect in a bit of trouble also, taking a ton of punishment. Does survive through the onslaught though, somehow, some way, but others maybe not so lucky here as we get towards the lower side of the top 20s, Tony.
Yeah, top 20s here. Mace and Mace, the current leaderboard kings with 2 elims in top 20. That's not too bad. Again, more points just racking up to their total, and they're going to get aggressive here, and they're actually going to land themselves up on the higher ground. They did control it in that last storm, but now they've got freedom to shoot whoever they please as they cross on in. And a lot of peppering of bullets coming out from Mace, trying to find Pumpkin low on the HP. Alex has been spotted too here. But of course, these players don't have the luxury of the spectator, Matt. We know who's who. They just see skins.
Yeah, they're just going to see them all blend into each other, right? It's kind of a blur. You just got to take the shot and hope that it connects there. We'll see. They are going to be able to lock it down. Mace in a lot of trouble there. Luckily, one of them is still relatively healthy, but yeah, they're taking a lot of harm right now, Tony. They need to keep things calm. Take it easy for a second.
Just kick back a little bit. Chug on the chug jug. And well, that actually opens up a lot of space for Alex and Reckless to actually take up on the height. Now that Mace and Mace had to kind of surrender that one a little bit. And Alex, Reckless, 3 elims, as we said, to their board. Top 16 now for them. They do spot Aspect walking forward. And Reckless just kind of setting the foundations for him and Alex to move. While the rest of the squad having to move it down on the low ground here. And we can see Spooks, Damo. Both of their squads still amongst it. Mace and Mace not far behind this Alex and Reckless duo. And Mace trying to put the pressure on. Reckless maneuvering pretty well, though. Very cool, calm, collected in this late game.
Yeah, slow and steady, trying to clear the space on this one. And one of the Maces will be in trouble. Shot comes through there. Gonna lock it down. Damo Mace falling. The Maces have fallen down. So, really a good power from Reckless and co there, trying their best to garner more attention and clear the leaderboard.
And again, just the foundations that they're setting up, they're just so ready for this zone shift as it pulls. They've got all of the foundation out to move forward. Chug Jug tossed over. And a lot of these teams on the low ground need to be careful. Alex and Reckless, we saw this positioning from them yesterday. Once they get in their groove, they don't really slip up in this late game scenario. Let's go to the top 7 now. Aspect going to be taken out here. Massimo and team. A little bit of a quieter affair yesterday. One of those teams that, you know, expect around that top 16 once the completion of the tournament happens. Again, Alex, Reckless, there's just still peppering shots down. Spoctic and their duo, once again, in this kind of top 10 situation, they're doing really well for their point total.
So far, so good, Tone, and maybe more to follow up as more and more shots break through into the top 5 of this one, down to 4. Spoctic not going to be able to get to the top 2 again here, but impressed they've managed to claw their way up in the top 5 regardless. That's going to help them maintain position here, you'd think. Alex and Reckless, though, are getting dangerously close to the top side of things. A fighting burger. Made it up here. Maybe more in a second. Oh, Dummy in a bit of trouble there. Might not be able to keep this one kicking along as the eliminations lock down, Tony. We could be in final fight territory here.
Yeah, there is just Parablef now down straight 2 versus 2 here for the late game. Solvi and Saz is on the low ground. Alex and Reckless now trying to fight them down. Reckless is quite low, so they're going to have to be cautious on this next approach. Solvi and their duo have the high ground, and they'll have the health advantage. Shots coming out. Alex down, knocked by Solvi, and a shot as well from Solvi. That is going to be 10 elims, and Solvi and Caesars taking game 2 of the night.
Oh my goodness. What a way to get it done there. Ricey, how are you feeling about that one? That was incredible.
I am actually so excited to see Sovi and Savers take that one. We alluded to them a little bit in that pre-show today about how they were a little bit of a surprise to be in that top 10. And I'm wondering if they're going to be able to stay here against all these other heavy hitters. And while they just took this game, they can stay here and they can keep pushing themselves here in day 2. I definitely can't wait to see more from them for the rest of the day. But you said 10 elims? That's incredible. Alex and Reckless, they came second with 8 elims, but with 88 points. But 105 points for Sovi and Caesars.
My days. Congratulations, honestly, on taking the victory there. And very excited for what else they are going to be cooking up. You know, I think we are going to definitely see a shake-up in the standings there, considering, I believe, Aspect and Co. were able to finish a bit stronger than what we saw from the Bulldog duo there, so very curious how things go in the next phase.
Bulldog and Venix, they got eliminated at 30 seconds, but Kazi and Aspect, they were eliminated still in top 10, while Alex and Reckless as well became second, so Mace as well got eliminated a little bit early, but I'm excited to see what the numbers will be as well when we see that leaderboard. I have a feeling it'll be extremely close, while Sovi and Caesars might find themselves catapulted into higher in that top 10. But of course, we'll come back with the leaderboard right after this break, so we'll see you guys very shortly. Welcome back to FNCS Major 2 Day 2. We've had some exciting games, especially in that Game 8 that we just had. A little bit of a switch up on our leaderboard, but I think the most exciting thing, Matsy, is that we currently have a tie for first place.
That we do. It's all tied up between first and second there. Going to be a double first place between the Maces and Casibot and Aspect there. All tied up on 390 points. Trailing close behind in third place, though, is Alex and Reckless. So they've managed to climb their way back up.
I think one other really key thing we have to take a moment to appreciate is Solvi and Cazes. They were in 10th coming into Game 8, but now they find themselves in 4th place. They gained a whopping 105 points earned. And Tony, I'm really excited to see how Solvi and Cazes go for the rest of the day. How do you feel about this duo?
I'm loving it. I definitely see them taking more aggressive positionings, right? We saw the Solvi and Cazes yesterday a little bit quiet, a little bit scared, I'd say is probably the best way to put it, but this is a different and more confident look Solvi and Cazes as well. Rainy, Spoctic again getting into high placing positions to just secure points to slowly grind their way up that leaderboard as well. But of course, looking at Alex and Reckless, have secured themselves into the top 3. So, you know, they've had a little bit of a quiet affair, but started to heat up as these games are going on.
Yeah, I mean, things are getting really heated, but I can see that our top 10, they're really taking this seriously as well. None of the current top 10 were eliminated early in the lobby. This time they were, except for I think Venox again and Bulldog. They do try and be a bit more aggressive when they come into these sorts of events, but we had a lot more of the representation in the top 10 in that final circles, and I'm excited to see how things shape up. Will we have a new winner coming through? I mean, Matsy, I think one thing we got to also talk about as well, of course, is Alex and Reckless. They were able to come second in that game just now, scoring 88 points with 8 eliminations, and they're currently on third place. Alex has won the last 3 or 4 majors. Do you think this could be their 5th in a row?
Yeah, I think they're trying to hit some new records here, Ricey. You know, I think they're trying to make another one, add it to the tally there. You know, they want to claim their title. They want to show that they're still at the top tier caliber. They still got it. And they can do it all over again. So, yes, I definitely feel like they're looking to prove themselves all over again here.
Yeah, they'll have to win a couple more, or at least place quite highly to be able to try and overtake it. But, I mean, that's only 19 points between first and third. And, I mean, fourth is 360. It's not far behind. Fifth, 350. It's a really close game. The top 10 are only separated by 100 points. I mean, 9th and 10th place currently are both on 290 as well. So that's another tie coming in as well. And I mean, Venox and Bulldog, they did get eliminated early, but they're still sitting there with 41 eliminations. Something really incredible, a very aggressive plays. I wonder, maybe, Tony, do you think they're going to be able to do that aggression as we come into Game 9? Do you think we have some exciting plays coming through?
Yeah, I definitely expect to see some more excitement. Maybe not hot drops, but I definitely think more mid to late game fighting is expected. We're seeing teams slowly shift away from like Fortnite of old, where, you know, it gets to that mid game, it gets to like your top 40, top 30, where like teams stop fighting.
Well, we'll find out as, of course, we are now loading into the game, loading into Game 9. We're nearly at the end of the Major 2 OCE. Let's see what ends up happening. Matty and Tony, hope you enjoy Game 9.
Here we go, Game 9. It's prime time, and again, ready to go as our squads now flow their way out to their respective drop positions here. Curious to see how it's all going to go down in each side of the map. You know, the Heat Wave Harbor there, having a few waves. Golden Grove looking to have a bit of traction as well. Can see a trickle of players heading towards Wonky Land as well. I'm sure Tony will be happy about that, right, Tony?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad Wonky Land's here, Matt. I love Wonky Land.
It's back.
It's my favorite. It's just such like a silly, goofy name, but also like it's such a cool attraction on a map like this, right? Again, shout out to the Fortnite team, changing it up for this season. Wonky Land now a little bit more towards that northern eastern side of the map, and you know they put Battlewoods where Wonky Land normally was, and they've incentivized a little bit more fighting towards the central side of this zone. And you can see actually a lot of teams landing there towards that Battlewoods position. So yeah, it feels like a battle to wage out in Battlewoods is it feels fitting.
Yeah, it feels fitting. And very keen, curious to see how things fare in the early stages of progression here, as already we're seeing some eliminations light up there. Eggman gone, a Falcon to follow alongside River there. So, oh, Alex on the knock there. That's a bit of a problem, Tony. If they go down early, that could be devastating for their third place.
Yeah, that is not a position you want to be in. And, well, it's going to be a predicament we're going to have to keep our eyes on, of course. Yeah, Alex, Reckless, just made it into the top 3, Matt, so they definitely want to keep their hands on that third place, especially with how close the point totals are, right? As we saw, tie for first between Mason, Kazi, and Aspect, but Alex and Reckless, they're only in third by about 11 points, so very easily could be closed by Solvi and Saces if they continue to have a good game here. A few teams over towards Heatwave Harbor as well. Harry, Fisher, they've been in a lot of these early engagements. They're happy to scrap with teams early on here.
Yeah, happy to duke it out to the best of their abilities there and see just how they might fare onto this one. Looks like they are aware that they could be faced with the Tinker in a second, but not going to have to worry about that for now, as we have a close fight with Goofy. We'll see if they can catch them up close and personal. They will trade blow for blows here. Nobody able to gain a victory in this battle just yet, but certainly going to be getting close to it. Thor as well, looking to keep things electrifying. Oh, close one from Goofy there, but still going to be able to hide away.
Able to hide away for the moment. Goofy going to group up with Z-Dog. As Pumpkin down in the feed early, but at least their duo's able to trade. Terok able to get the elims back, so early points secured there for Pumpkin and Terok. One of those duos in that top 10 that we want to see continue to have good showings. And Goofy and Z-Dog early again. They did group up for a second, but now they're taking a little bit of a split approach, trying to catch out this duo. But they're being vigilant right now, getting the edits in, building their way to a safer position.
Yeah, going to be able to evade temporarily here and look to see if they can parade ahead accordingly. As Goofy maintains cover in the low ground now. Looking to wait things out for the time being. Not going to be able to activate just yet. You know, still exercising the utmost patience before they commit to the next battle. Speaking of Goofy, good angle there, knocked down onto Thor. Now looking to see if they can get Zanix bot there as well. Ooh, there you go. Be able to lock things down, lock it in. Thor's down, and Zanix bot as well following up. So good to play the long game here from Goofy and Z-Dog.
Yeah, I like that. That's just how they wanted to take that fight. Very cool and calm under the pressure. Minty has already lost Anon. This is unfortunate. I was hoping for a little bit more from Minty and Anon. You know, Anon, one of the I guess heavy favorites in a competition like this, especially. You know, it has been around playing quite a few FNCSs, has a ton of experience, and unfortunately, just not having start to the day they would like. Kojo and Luke going to be rotating on in, getting themselves a ton of meds for that potential late game. Seeing more of a Eastern pull for the moment. Of course, a few of these teams just going to be sitting around that reboot van. A little bit of a camping going on. Because, well, Minty really wants to get this revived through.
Yeah, they really want to get something through on this one. We'll see exactly how they are going to fare. Take it slow, take it easy here. We'll be looking to lock it up in a second. Peppy waiting patiently with a sneaky around the corner here. A battle could be close by, though. You know, Bando God exercising the utmost patience. This could be the opportunity they've been waiting for, Tony. As Peppy Ooh, does see the spot there. Opportunity could arise. Trying to have eyes on the prize here, but not going to be able to rise up just yet. Trying to adapt to taking a few shots here. It's looking to heat up, Tony, but no one's able to get that below just yet.
Yeah, nobody getting that lethal elimination blow. Peppy's, though, moving pretty good there. He has found Bando here on the outskirts. They're both trying to find a safe haven to play in, but Peppy, healthier of the two in this engagement. He can be the aggressor. Bando gonna climb up onto the height. And Peppy gonna be climbing behind him. Bando and their duo. Sneaky needs to start to activate here. It's kind of Peppy doing all the work. And Bando getting down low. We almost quarter of HP. The shot comes out there. Sneaky drops trend, so Peppy and Sneaky now 2 versus 1 against Bando. Fight still wages on. Still going to secure that elim. Get themselves the points, but also get all of the mats and meds away. Bando. It's hide in a little bit of a bunker, make Peppy and Sneaky think he's run away.
Yeah, looking to play the illusory maneuvers there, you know? Try and see if they can deceive their opponent before going for the next knock it down accordingly. But let's see how they fare. It's Bando God in a bit of trouble here. Pincer maneuvers coming out from Peppy and Sneaky here. Trying their best to encroach upon the position. Slow and steady. May yet win this battle of wits here, but nobody looking to call it quits just yet.
Yeah, this is a very long, drawn-out fight. I would have thought somebody would just get tired of it and pull the trigger. Bando down to 26, now down to 4, and it will not be long for this. Well, the elim secured by Sneaky. And down to the top 42. And ooh, Gerald Oatley in a little bit of battle of wits here against Mason. Mace, these two teams probably, I imagine, don't want to be in this scenario.
Yeah, they want to stay in as comfortable of a position as possible. You know, I don't think they want to be in that scenario at all, Tone, but hopefully they can find a way out. Maybe in time, the opportunity could arise. But speaking of arising, we've got eyes on the prize on the next phase of this. As the Storm only a minute away from changing into the next stage here, so things certainly could shake up. Obviously, they're still within the grasp of the zone, so for the moment, they're okay, but they could use the coverage of playing outside the zone there in order to maybe reposition and see if they can take another point of contact.
Yeah. The reason I highlighted this fight and the importance of it, because Mace and Mace are currently, tied for first, and then Oatley, Gerald, currently 7th. This would be a big game if they are able to find those 2 elims, knock Mace and Mace off the pedestal. Opens up the door for Kazi and Aspects. But also, 8 points. Happy to take that. But, well, Bulldog being the aggressor here onto Kojo and Luke. You're going to have to be careful. Waiting on Venox to come and follow suit. And this is a risky position to be taking this fight on the side of the cliff here. Just, 2 good shots there at the floor of Kojo and Luke. They could be falling down this mountain.
Falling down like a dominoes there, Tone. It could be getting a little bit more dicey and uncomfortable sooner than we think here. But for now, no one are going to be sinking the ship just yet. Still going to be taking it nice and slow for Bulldog and Venox here. As Kojo and Luke getting closer and closer to them. Shots going to be exchanged, but we look to Kurosaki now, ready. See if they can hunt down a Bengal to have Karina there supporting them through the battle. Gonna have to get a little bit of healing coming out for Karina at the moment, but at least they do have a bit of time to resustain themselves. Maybe not, though. They're taking a bit of punishment in the meanwhile, Tony. They're not getting out of this one unscathed.
Yeah, this is just a lot of teams really kind of battening down the hatches and wanting to fight each other here in this mid-game. As we saw yesterday, it was a lot more quiet. A lot of teams less likely to gatekeep, less likely to kind of stand their ground and want to take fights. But a lot of these teams, especially now in the top 42, and the placement gets a little bit higher, and the pressure starts to get a little bit higher too. We can see Tinker resign. Sav and Drizzle. One of those duos that was contesting, I believe, Alex and Reckless yesterday. Had a little bit of unfortunate day for them, you know, finishing in that bottom of the barrel, but you know, this is a pretty good game for them. Top 32, getting themselves some points, of course, maybe taking out Tinker and resigns there. Of course, currently in 5th. So a lot of these teams that are like really buying their chance here on this leaderboard at that top 5, you know, upsets could happen here. Just one good shot, one missed rotation here from one of these heavy favorite duos, and it could be lights out.
Lights out and straight back to the action here. Let's see how it all goes in a second, though. Venox a good spot there. Jay in a bit of trouble, trying to creep away. They're taking a bit of punishment, though. Aspect now going down as well. This is not looking good for that duo. Torrance Bokdik as well becoming a victim there. There's a lot of the top 10 players now being taken down one after the other. This could be a big shake-up on the leaderboard as a result.
Oh, yeah, it definitely would. Yeah, Venox Bulldog, that's them out in 42nd. So, well, 9th. Free for the taking now. And there's a lot of duos down at that 10th, 11th, right? Spooks and Damo drop down a little bit. Pumpkin and Terok. Phasma and Crusades, who we haven't gotten to speak about a whole lot today. You know, one of those duos that looks like one of the heavy favorites. You know, they won one of the heats going into this FNCS major. Well, haven't had their luck swing their way. But, well, just, you know, one good Elim on a top 10 team and makes room for the shake-up. We already saw it earlier in the piece. We saw it just last game. As zone pulls over towards Wonky Land. Matt, my favorite place here. You can hear the fireworks going off. Quite a noisy affair out there.
Yeah, I think the fireworks might be going off because they know you're watching, Tony.
Just wanted to put on a show. Oh, Xavier?
Yeah, Xavier taking
full
a bit of
damage.
full damage, it was seen.
Yeah.
And might be taking a bit more than they bargained for. Mason going to have to come back and get them in a second. Luckily, they can build a bit of a structure around them. But, yeah, that was a bit uncomfortable, Tony. Thankfully, it's still slightly flexible at this stage of the game. But, yeah, you can't afford to be taking mishaps like that.
Yeah, that is, especially, you know, we were praising Xavier in the pre-show. We were like, yeah, Xavier, their duo, they've been playing pretty well. Xavier especially had a pretty good day yesterday. You know, points wouldn't tell you that story, but just watching them play, you know, Xavier and their duo had a pretty good showing. So yeah, maybe a little bit of panic in the comms there. I'm thankfully able to get the res, get the reanimates here. A few duos here coming out of Latte Landing. And this is a good position for Slayer and Swizz. They've already found themselves 2 Elims as we go to the top 35. A lot of heavy favorites still up, of course, in this leaderboard. We'll see Swizz will actually take towards the low ground here, in towards this canyon where it's harder to fight for positions, especially with all the high ground space that can be taken up from some of these duos on their move in. And Snashy is going to be building themselves a little bit of a bunker. A lot of these duos now in that divot that, well, as we alluded to, could be good or could be pretty bad because, as we said, you know, a lot of these teams have high ground positioning. It's hard to climb that hill, especially if you're a team rotating in.
Yeah, it's going to be a steep hill to climb there, especially for the rotators, as you highlighted. And we'll see how they try and adapt there, as groups are going to be shut down. Z-Dog now in the scopes here, Vazen as well. No one are going to be able to get past this one, but you can see the feed is lining up slowly but certainly here. So good to try and catch some of the stragglers, getting onto the rotations there, playing the high ground well so far. Will it stay that way? That depends on which way the Torrent's going to go within the next 30 seconds or so, as there's still a bit more time to adapt, you know, rotate through, try and find a semi-comfortable position before things really light up. Kurosaki is ready for the duo of Unity there. Will they be prepared for the next second, though, when the shots come out?
Yeah, it's Xavier Vazen. They've actually clawed themselves into a good spot after a little bit of positional error. In top 29, this is where, again, slowly those points start to increase as the placement gets a little bit more important. Xavier, more cautious of the drop this time around. Able to build himself a platform. Doesn't take any fall damage. Kurosaki onto Oatly, though. Getting up in that one. Chug will be popped to get the shields back. Have to be cautious of a duo on their back as well. And the pull away from Wonky Land. Back over towards that divot that we saw teams have to rotate out of just before.
Yeah, it's been quite a stark difference between then and now, hasn't it, Tone? But see, ooh, Kurosaki almost locking in something big there. Shot coming out just as they try and rotate around. Kurosaki looking for another one onto Dummy there. And, oh, not going to be able to stick the shot through. What could have been out of that one will not be in this. However, their chances may not be over just yet. There could be another opportunity if they play a sneaky like this, Tony. I'm so ready for what's going to be on the other side as they go for it. Dummy down, and they lock in the Elim.
That's a big one for Kurosaki. Especially, you know, they haven't had the most favorable of games. Any points would be a plus. Resign Tinker, they've already got themselves 2 on that initial engagement. As we go to the top 26. And this one is going to be a little bit more scrappy, Matt, because you've got a lot of teams over towards this middle ground. You've got a really good position from Solar and their duo up on the height. Oatly as well, with Gerald trying to fight Tinker and Resigns. Now they'll push forward. Tinker not. The shot's landing quite. A little bit of panic sets in for both those two teams. They opt to drop reset here because they don't want to take this fight against Gerald and Oatly now.
No, they have to play a bit safer there, and it's going to be uncomfortable. Danger, going to be in danger as the elimination locked down by the Maces there. So well done to them and theirs, getting more points by the second here. And Resigns are good for it as well. Oatly will fall and trying to stall it out. Resigns in a bit of trouble, but they will be able to crawl through the fire, through the flame, and put Gerald to shame there. Damo are going to be meeting their demise as well, Tony. It's all heating up towards these final stages.
Yeah, that's a big fight or win, but now Tinker's been knocked. Resigns, doesn't have any meds either. He needs to find this E-limit down towards the low ground there. A player behind him. And Tinker just has to watch the world fall at his feet. Resigns 22 HP. Well, going out in 23rd, Tinker and Resigns only 4 elims, but respectable placement in the top 25 for them. Mace duo still up of consistency right now. They haven't placed below 30th so far, so they've had a pretty good day, all things considered. Especially with the fact that they were tied for first. And the fact that, well, Mace is now down there. Good shot comes in from Flickspot, trying to play upset to one of the favorites.
Yeah, we'll see if they can manage to cause a great upset here. Maybe can play in a siphon if the opportunity arises. But Mace right now, just going to be playing for the late game sustain onto this one. You know, we're into our just under top 20 zone. If they can manage to hold through, get a bit of a better placement, they can certainly maintain their high position over the top side of the leaderboard, you know, within that top 5 zone. But we'll see how they go. Z-Dog in a bit of trouble as well, hiding in the most unusual place underneath all the buildings. Maybe not for long, though. It could be caught.
Clayton Balding.
There we go.
The Balding duo, yeah. There we go. Z-Dog down. Smoked at Hezra as well. That's Vazen. Now Phasma actually going to be securing a quick elim here. Mace just trying to rat it out. Top 14. And just after, potentially like a top 5 would be good for Mace right now. And of course, nobody put pressure on. He's got a good, strong, it's not necessarily ultimate high ground, it's kind of middle. But, you know, playing out of harm's way here as more squads start to drop. We go down to the top 11, Matt Tame. Just lost Massimo, and Tame just wants an elim, but he's going to be taken. It's going to be Star. Mace here still with that Chug. And fully get it. Phasma Crusades up on the high, ultimate height there. Needs to move forward. Make his approach. Stays hidden for the moment. Hiding in the shadows as we go to the top 10.
Yeah, down to 10 and maybe less in a second here. So they hold steady. Phasma and Crusades are good on the high ground for now, and more squads will fall. So Gonna be absolutely so happy to just stick through on this place for now. You know, they can adapt and try and see if they can have the angle. Speaking of angles, Maces actually finds an elimination against the odds. They managed to make it through to the top 5 here, Tony. So they're tenacious, holding on for dear life for that placement.
Yeah, I love that. I love this from Mace right now. It's just ratting it out and playing out of the lines of sight. We saw this from Cassie and Aspect yesterday. How they were able to get such consistent placements was just hide in the shadows, let the rest of the lobby duke it out. And well, Luke will go down. Expansio as well. Vazen finding a quick E-lip. The Fastman Crusades, they hold the high ground here. Vazen, Xavier, they found themselves in a top 4 situation. Oh no, Mason's caught a little bit too greedy for the positioning. And Fastman Crusades will let him know about it. 4 elims and they're board the top 3. And the high ground is theirs. Xavier, Vazen trying to walk on in.
Trying to walk their way in, take this one for a spin. Crusades goes down. Vazen trying for it. Somehow, some way, they will sustain 4th. Oh my goodness. It's all going to be up to Xavier and Vazen now. Final player between them and a victory. They get it on their sequel. Victory Royale. They get down and will take it for their own, Tony. Oh my goodness. What a way to claim victory. That was insane, Ricey.
That was absolutely insane, Dean, and I have a feeling things are going to get even more crazy when we look at that leaderboard, because most of that top 10 got eliminated before top 20 even. It was really Mace and Vazen and Xavier that I was keeping my eyes out on, because everyone else, they were eliminated. Of course, hi Cat.
W Kitty Cam.
Phasma and Crusades as well. They made it to that top 3, and you know, things could get really interesting. I think they'll be in that top 10 position. And I think, you know, we might be able to see some really exciting things happen to that top 10. But of course, let's go to a break and see more when we come back from the break. See you guys later. Welcome back. What an exciting game. I say that every single time, but guys, seriously, this one was really exciting because Vazen and Xavier, they came first, earned themselves 105 points, and shot themselves quite high on the leaderboard. Matsy. Well, Mason Mace, they're still, top first place, but Vazen and Xavier, they've managed to sneak themselves now into second.
Yeah, they've done a great job, We were thinking that maybe it's Kazi and Aspect they have to worry about there, but no, a surprise entry from Xavier and Vazen has certainly shaken things up. You can see the full scope of the leaderboard now as well. Resigns and Tinker tied up with Alex and Reckless as well now towards that 4th and 5th place there. So these final games are so crucial for everybody here.
I agree completely. There's 3 more games left. And usually it feels like when you get to this stage later in a major, these last 3 games don't matter as much because the top teams have already established themselves. But we look at these points. Yes, Mace and Mace, they've got a 50-point lead to everyone else. But apart from that, things are very close. Tony, what do you think is going to happen in the next 3 games? Who do you think will be able to come up on top? Because it feels like anyone's game.
But definitely, I want to keep my eyes on Phasma and Crusades. They looked like they were moving a little bit more consistently in that last game. Oatley Gerald still, placing consistently in the top 20 or so. So, my eyes are on those 2 duos there. Of course, Pumpkin and Terok is still inching their way in this top 10. Of course, they dropped out just last game. Now inched their way back in after that last one. But yeah, this is it's still a battle for whoever can maintain their position here from 2nd to 10th. Of course, first for Mace and Mace, they've got a little bit of a gap. 40 points 47 points specifically is pretty good. But, as we said, a lot of these teams having some high placement games, 105 points is pretty good to get your way up that leaderboard.
Yeah, I think you've named some really exciting teams that I definitely also want to have a look out for because you mentioned Fastman Crusades. They were able to bring themselves back into that top 10 after they placed 3rd in that game just then. I mean, Oatley and Jiro, they're still holding on to that 9th place as well. One team that I also want to mention that's not in the top 10 is Venox and Bulldog. They were one of the heavy hitters, especially in day 1, getting a lot of elims. They've managed to still maintain around 4.5 average elims, but they haven't got the placements to back them up, and so they've definitely fallen out of that top 10. They're going to have to really step up their game if they want to do anything in these next 3 games. But, 440 points is first place, Matsy. 10th place is 294 points. 3 games, I don't know if you want to do the maths, but, can Pumpkin still make it to 1st or 2nd?
Ooh, it's a bit of a rough one, isn't it? Maybe if everyone within that top 5 kind of area finishes 50th, to 45th there, then maybe they'll be all right. We have seen some placements like that where some of the squads have been going for some of the more higher placed teams to try and nullify their impact there, see if they can, take them down a peg.
No, yeah, that's definitely a strategy that we've definitely seen before. And, well, we are heading into the 10th game of Major 2. Well, Matsy, Tony, I hope you guys enjoy Game 10.
Here we go, Tony. It's time to get down to business. We're going from another angle this time, so everybody going to be going to either side of the Sinister Strip right now and making their way over to the Sunny Shores as well. Everybody trying to get their claws in to the best loot possible. We see our final evacuees now looking to get down to business and do the very best they can. But first players within our scopes is going to be a Damo and Spooks duo.
Yeah, Damo and Spooks, had all right day, right? Not too worrying for them at the moment. And, currently sitting at 7th, right? 224 points. Them and actually a non-minty. They're doing it. Minty tied up when we started the day off, Matt, and they fell quite a while. A lot of these teams have fallen down quite a bit since the start of the day, and a lot of them have also maintained consistency throughout this one. And we'll see Zert and Mechas actually spotting out the balding duo. Is that Is that too rude of us to say?
No, I mean, it's, word accurate. That That's what the names are, Tony, So I'm going to stick true to the naming conventions there, and we're going to approach it within the constraints of that accordingly. So, as we say, we are going to be approaching into the constraints of this building right now. It looks like Kooks and Ghosty One potentially are looking to find Tinker and Co. in a second. Or rather, Reckless and Alex. Yes, Reckless and Alex. Wrong duo.
Yeah, no, wrong duo. It's, a lot of tenured teams here and of a lot of shifting along the leaderboard. Alex and Reckless, one of those teams that has been landing this northern side at Lifty Lodge. And, well, Ghostly Kooks have been trying to play upset to them as well. This fight that's happened at Costed Coast so many times has been to the downside of Pumpkin and Terok. And here's already going to be one elim picked up by Paris. The trade is back, though. Knocked immediately answered back by Dashi, who's come in for the third party. Envy has lost their duo. Resigns and Tinker again with this contention against Harry and Fisher. They've come out with some early elim points, right? This Harry-Fisher duo hasn't really been able to make it to the late game like they did yesterday.
Yeah, they've been struggling this time, haven't they? To try and go for the better placements here. And trying to do the best they can. Yeah, I like that. They're building walls in the water. It's a bit of coverage. Why not, mate? If it works, it works. But speaking of working things through, you can see a bit of cover being used in the bush right now. Envy just kind of chilling, I mean, they can't really go for too much, especially with enemies nearby. They kind of just have to concede to just duck and cover for as long as they can.
Yeah, duck and cover. And, well, Alex, Reckless, enough games. Kooks now going to be put under threats here. And Alex looking to stamp the foot down. Ghostly not really here to help Kooks out and happen to take the fall damage. Alex is like, you know what, I don't really care. I just want to get rid of Kooks, get him off of the map, and really solidify this as our drop spot, because a lot of these teams, it's about ego as well for a lot of these younger guys. They want to claim that drop spot for their own. So if you take out the team that's been contesting you, they might look to shift a different way and contest a different team.
Yeah, if you bide your time, wait patiently, it definitely could pay dividends for you there. It looks like Aspect and Kazi have Eggman in their sights there, so maybe looking to shut them down nice and quickly here, as they don't have much cover, do they, Toad? Oh, they're going to be blown out of proportion into the water. They could be drowned in the bullets. Eggman barely getting away from it, but will be knocked down eventually. Sightless are still going to be online as well. Maybe not for long. There we go. Elimination locked and loaded here. Sightless still trying to fight on, fight hard to this one, but this battle may be over before it even began. Here we go. Locking it down again. Ooh, won't get the impact of before, but they're going for the two-time, Tone.
Yeah, Aspects. He's going to land in the water safely. And Matt, we said at the pre-show, we said yesterday, sometimes the water's a dangerous place to be. And especially against the respected duo. They'll find themselves some early limbs, Mincy and on their rotation over to a latte landing. Trying to get themselves looted up, of course. Probably need a lot of materials to play with, but Northern Shift here. Resigns and Tinker still in this fight. War of attrition against Harry and Fisher.
Yeah, looking to do the best they can to sustain through the fight as long as possible. Harry in a bit of trouble, though. Not going to be a full health into this one. Burab going to be the next one on the chopping block here. So good from Bulldog to find some impacts there, but they get traded by Drizzle immediately. So pretty good impacts on both sides of the scale there. Vanox and Bulldog desperately need to go for higher placements, otherwise they are going to be left behind on the leaderboard. They will go down, so that is devastating for that duo, Tony. They are getting further and further away from the top.
Yeah, that's pushing them so far down the leaderboard. And well, team picking up one on a surfing Sav, as we alluded to, one of those guys that's been happy to contest some of the heavier favorites. Resign and Tinker are still here. Harry No shields to play with, and Tinker... Well, it's actually no Harry just going to be dropping there to the Storm, so Tinker resigns. They've had their work done for them.
Hard work pays off. Let's see just how it fares into the long-term side of things here. So we take it slow, take it easy, and get ready to rumble. It will be a tough, actually, shut down in the meanwhile. Peppy and Sneaky looking for a fight potentially against Kurosaki there if they spot them through the storm here. So they are slowly but surely treading closer and closer towards their enemies here. May just be able to get the drop on them. If they can take this one up from the top. We'll see. Who will strike first here, Tone? They're aware of each other's presence, but they don't dare to initiate the fight yet.
Goofy has a fight here to deal with down towards Cluster Coast. It just seems like all the fighting wants to happen down here, and Goofy going to be eliminated by Bingle and Dashi. And yeah, they've shown up less and less as the day has progressed here, Matt. I want to see a little bit more out of that duo. Of course, peaked in towards the top 20 yesterday. But now, well, Damo and Spook, speaking of the top 20, currently in 11th in the leaderboard and making their rotation on in towards the very center of the map right now. Getting themselves in a good spot to choose where they want to situate themselves in the late game.
Yeah, it's good that they can poise themselves into a great spot, especially playing the long-term side of things here, you know. They want to be able to get into the safest spot possible whilst consistently trying to hunt down whatever eliminations may be afforded to them. Because, you know, even the small trickle of points is going to make the biggest difference heading into the later side of things here. So, we'll see how things will fare. So we take things a slow and steady tone. But nobody going to be ahead of the race yet.
And nobody ahead here. And you spoke about the new fancy boots that are available. Fancy shoes aspects got on that drip, looking good. Sneshy, Emac. Again, another duo that's been a little bit quiet. Drizzle. I have to be a little bit careful here. Shots coming out from Sneshy. Just some great building. Great mechanics being put on display by some of our teams, and Drizzle will drop to Emac there, and Sneshy going to be securing the E-Limb. That's a point towards the board of Sneshy and Emac. They'll take it, as they've cleared out their side of the zone, so rotation into the Storm is going to be pretty safe. Xavier and Baze and Matt, one of these teams to watch for that has been slowly creeping their way up and had that big blowout game to get them into a sizable position here in the leaderboard now.
Yeah, they're in a positive place for the moment. Will they be able to keep it? That is going to be tested. Getting into the next portion now. As things start to tighten up slowly but certainly here. Luca, the receiving end of a bit of trouble. Sleebrain and Co. Just looking to take it easy for the moment. See if they can get something forward. Oh, Xavier taking a bit of punishment as well, Tony. He's certainly taking a turn for the worse, but they're still able to make it all better with a bit of healing to come through.
Yeah, going to be popping through their chug jugs. And you hate to see it, especially in such an early storm, where, you know, they probably want to keep that for the late game, but of course, if they E-Limb another team with full chug jugs, then it's all right. It evens out. Makes sense. Shots coming out from Zilrain. Trying to get this quick E-Limb on towards Saw. And they're just playing pretty safe for the moment. A little bit of background noise as well as these teams are going at it.
Shows how intense the fight's getting, Tony. You know, I don't blame them. And we'll see how things go in a second. So they are going to be awaiting patiently onto this one. Oh, Storm Surge in trouble. King Saw feeling sore in name and nature as the elimination locked down, locked in here. Well, let's see what else they can do. Kyoto doing the best they can to find revenge for their fallen teammate here. See if they can get it though, as they just have to work hard enough to survive in the meanwhile. They might not get a chance though, Tony. They're overwhelming them. They're taking a lot of damage here. 25 HP to Dream, and it's a nightmare to come through.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. But you're not going to be waking up from anytime soon. Down to the top 40. Minty and Anon. Duel of wits, Vase and Xavier. We go back to this duo as they maneuver their way around through Latte Landing. Of course, the Storm not doing all too much. You know, it's early days still. The zone pulls down towards Battle Woods here. All these teams that land around this position probably going to be cheering right now. It's a very important thing to note about a Battle Royale such as Fortnite, right? Drop spots are very important, and especially if you're a team that has a more central POI. Rotations feel a little bit easier for you. You can rotate to northern pools, southern pools, eastern pools, western pools. Very much easier than a lot of the teams that are playing on the outskirts of the map.
Yeah, you can get a much easier time if you're able to set yourselves up for success early there, but see how things go into the long-term side of things. So take it easy. Trenstein then be in a bit of trouble. Vazen try and hunt them down here. Vazen are going to be all good for the moment, playing around the campfire, looking to get a bit of sustainability through in the meanwhile. Just playing towards the edge of the zone before it makes a shift in just 1 second here. Move on to the next phase once the storm shrinks once again.
Yeah, this is very important. Storm Surge warning. Deal damage to avoid elimination, because that Storm Surge does damage quite quickly. Now Vazen. Oh, what a shot. Vazen just deletes Trenstein there. And that's just going to be a quick elim picked up. And points secured here. Quick 8 there for Vazen and their duo. And, well, Mace have a lot to answer, right? Had a bit of an unfortunate last game. And though still currently... oh, sorry, not last game. The game before, they dropped out in 14th. They only got 3 elims. But, you know, that last game wasn't too bad. 4th with 3 elims. Especially with one of the Mace duo making it to that top 4. They're definitely probably after some more elims, Matt. It's gone a little bit quieter for them in the elim department since we started today.
Yeah, not quite as loud as they were in Endeavors prior, but there's still plenty more squads to get through here, Tony. So, see if things can get a little bit louder and prouder as now some illuminations start to run their course here. Not going to be setting sail towards anything further yet, and bear in mind, Storm Surge is still going to be active as well, so those below the threshold are going to be taking a ton of damage all the meanwhile. Vazen and Xavier, though, they're comfortable, they're chilling, they don't need to worry about it for now, but with the next phase of the zone coming up in just seconds, Tony, things certainly are going to heat up soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to heat up, especially as it pulls west and there's a lot of open space for the taking here, especially on that southern side where not a lot of teams have opted to rotate through that way because the zone pulls continue to go towards the west. And Xavier Vazen now in a fight for life here as they'll try to cross on in. And Xavier has found them a good spot. They can chug up here. Actually going to be Mace taking out. Crusades as well, knocked in the feed. It's going to be, again, Xavier still trying to move forward. Not a lot of space for teams to be rotating in on now because a lot of the squads are conglomerated over towards the middle of the zone for the moment.
Yeah, all congregating towards the similar position there, which means that we are going to have many an elimination locked in. Phasma Crusades going down at 33rd there. That's going to be a bit troublesome, Tony. You know, I think that they're going to be not happy with that at all, but we'll see how things go in a second. As Kurosaki now down to the zone as well, locking their team into 30 a second. So 31 teams remain here. The Storm are going to be shrinking again in 30 seconds now. Things certainly tightening up sooner rather than later. Speaking of, Maces going down and out there. 31st place. That is insane, Tony. That could certainly shake things up on the top end.
That's not good. That's really not good, especially with, as I said, you know, Mace, they have the lead by 47 points, but you don't want to be going out in 30th. That's not a whole lot of points to keep the gap going. So this is now opened up for the taking, especially by Vazen and Xavier, who have found themselves a pretty good rotation in towards top 27. And Cassie and Aspect as well. Got to keep our eyes on them. They're in the front side of this zone pull as it shifts over towards the right. No, Cassie's taken out there, getting dropped on by Anon, and now the zone gives less playable space for a lot of these teams. Alex and Reckless, though, sitting pretty comfortably. Resigns Tinker, they're still up as well, so eyes on those two duos to see what they can do in this late game as we go to the top 26.
Yeah, looking to do whatever they can onto this one. We'll see. Resigns and Tinker ready and waiting. Very hastily navigating their way through the terrain here. Looking to reposition as quick as possible. Alex and Reckless as well, repositioning accordingly there. Alex taking a bit of punishment. Reckless reuniting with them as well. So they're going to be playing towards the edge of this one. I think they're playing a very long game type thing here. Not looking to get into the danger zone. Not can say the same for danger aim, though. Xavier in particular as well. Lots of things going wrong for them and theirs there, Tony. And this is certainly going to shake up the placements more, but it's Zolvi and Caesars now looking to take on Alex and Reckless.
Yeah, Alex and Reckless in a precarious position. Anon trying to rotate across, and this is a good position for Gerald, right? He gets to see where everybody's rotating, whether they take low ground, high ground, middle ground. It's Alex and Reckless on the low. Again, a different playstyle that we're seeing from them today compared to yesterday, where they had a little bit of inconsistency. Today, they've looked a little bit more consistent. Low ground and racking up those elims on that low ground is what they're after. And Gerald Oatley, 4 elims to their board in the top 21. So we see them ultimate height here using, I believe it's like a bell tower or something to their advantage. Just a lookout for everyone else that's coming on in towards this zone.
Well, the bell tower is going to be sounding strongly. The eliminations are lighting up at the feed right now. Our top 20 now locked and loaded here. Stormeye shrinking again in a second. Everybody not safe in any way, shape, or form. Speaking of unsafe aspect, low HP are going to need to worry about how they take on the rest of this battle. Sneaky going to be the next one to fall there. And we're going to look in more. I like how Gerald is just raining down chaos from above here over and over again.
Yeah, we're just able to shoot down for free. That's actually going to be under Resigns and Tinker, so not the spot they want to be in. And just again, oh my god, just letting that rifle sing. In top 13 now. We still see Resigns and Tinker up. We still, of course, see Alex and Reckless. It's actually an EMAC, actually, the ones leading the front of the pack here. But not for long. Alex, Reckless, they've been vigilant. And they're playing on the outskirts here, just outside of everybody's lines of sight.
Yeah, it's a long sustainability game from them. You know, as I touched on before, they're just looking to play around the edges there, catch any stragglers if they can to earn some points. As you see, they've got an elimination there, top 8, and now looking to slate their way forward again. So they want to get as high as possible on the placements here, because that's going to bridge the gap, and they might even lock it in a one step further. Might be able to get another one knocked down on the Swizz there, fizzing it up with another Elim, top 7. They're looking to take this one all the way to heaven, Tony.
Yeah, 8 elims, Alex is 7. This is Alex and Reckless's game now to play for. Resigns and Tinker going to be caught as well. Reckless going absolutely huge. I wouldn't call him reckless. I'd call him cool, calm, collected under the pressure. And now the top 5, Matt, Alex and Reckless can continue to move forward. But Water, this is where they found a detriment in their day 1. And of course, they're able to maneuver pretty convincingly. Annoy there on the outskirts, going to be taken out for the Storm by Gerald. Top 3 now. Gerald does have the high ground, so Gerald and Oatley in a pretty good spot to stop it. Reckless trying to fly on down and claim the castle for their own. Reckless is down. Oatly goes as well. Alex, now how can you clutch in this 1 versus 1? Alex for 10 eliminations, and it's a victory royale from your Major 1 winners.
Oh my goodness. That's just incredible. The redemption story of the ages there, Ricey. Can you believe they've taken another victory royale?
13 eliminations and getting first place. That was absolutely incredible from Alex and Reckless. They were sitting at 5th, well, tied 4th with Resigns and Tinker coming into this game. And I have a feeling that would definitely push them up quite far. They gained 117 points. Quick maths, they should actually be in first place after that. I can't see why they wouldn't be in first place. Maybe Vazens or Kazi were able to get enough to push themselves up as well, but absolutely incredible. I mean, also great work coming out from Sovi and Sazer is another team, a duo that we've been keeping our eyes on. They got 80 points from that game, and then Oatly and Gerald currently 9th place. They got 72 as well. So definitely things are going to be shaking up quite a lot. I mean, we had some early eliminations coming through with Pumpkin eliminated at 50th, Rainy and Skoptek eliminated at 40th, but also Mace and Mace eliminated at 31st with 0 points, I believe, is absolutely going to shake things up. That first place team got eliminated super early, but, well, we'll go to a short break, Tony and Matty, and we'll come back with the leaderboard. So make sure, chat, you stay tuned for us after this break. Welcome back to FNCS OCE Major 2, Day 2. We just completed our 10th game. 2 more games left, but you know, things could still change. We've been seeing the leaderboard completely change and flip itself on its head multiple times, Matsy. But currently, in first place is none other than Alex and Reckless.
Yeah, they've managed to claw their way to the top. You know, it was a long and arduous battle, but now they've managed to make their way into first, bursting ahead with confidence. Will they be able to maintain the lead, though, heading towards the final 2 endeavors ahead of us? It's certainly going to be a tough thing to hold on in this tug of war here, considering they've got still a few squads behind them. You know, Mason Mace is maintaining second there, Solvi and Caesars taking it in to third there. The herd between that top 5, top 6 even kind of placements, it's anybody's game even still.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, the difference between first place and fifth place is only 50 points, and we can see that 50 points definitely diminish in 2 games. I mean, even 1 game, it could probably happen as well. I mean, Alex has won 8 majors before. Could this one be his 9th win? Definitely is on the table, currently in first place. He was kind of hovering in the top 10. I started today in 6th place, but now finding myself in first, things could definitely change. But Tony, 50 elims is so much in the hands of Alex and Reckless, but look at Kazibot and Aspect as well, also on 50 elims and also pretty consistent.
Yeah, consistent with the elims. It just, again, the wins just have avoided them. Mace as well, consistently placing well, but the wins just aren't seeming to come here. Same with Resigns and Tinker. We saw them take 3 out of the 6 games yesterday. Just no wins coming at their board, but still respectable placement. You know, 36 elims is nothing to scoff at either. And, well, as we go further down, of course, a few of these teams starting to hit that 30 club. Oatley and Gerald have been, you know, pretty solid throughout today as well. You know, 7th now in the overall standings and 30 elims to their board. Not a bad kind of statistic for them.
Not a bad statistic indeed, but of course, we'll find out what happens when we head into Game 11. I mean, we're really at the tail end of the weekend, the tail end of the grand finals of OCE, FNCS Major 2. And remember, the top 2 teams, Matsy, will be heading on to the Global Championship and representing OCE. So I'm very excited to see who it will be, whether it will be Alex and Reckless, Mace, maybe even Sovi and Caesars, someone who we find a little bit surprising to be in this top 3 position, Matsy.
Yeah, there's still room for surprises. You know, all hands have to be on deck into these last 2 games here, because anybody could make their way up to the top, especially out of this top 6, you know, especially if you see some of the players towards the top have a 50th place, you know, early elimination there. Maybe some squads have a vendetta against them. They don't want to see them succeed. Anything could be possible, you know. There's going to be a big target on their backs heading into these games.
Yeah, I think it's also really fascinating, Tony, how in that top 5, you know, 3 of the teams have gotten 2 or 3 victory royales, but Mace and Mace, they haven't gotten any victory royale. And Kazi and Aspect, they as well haven't got any victory royale, Tony. Do you think one of those 2 teams will be able to get that victory royale? I mean, Mace currently in 2nd place without a single win. Do you think he'll be able to maintain that 2nd place even if he doesn't win?
I would hope for the duo of Mace and Mace, right? They've been pretty consistent throughout today and even ending off yesterday. You know, they placed 3rd, 5th, 4th. They've come so close to just like getting into the top, but one of them always gets taken out early, and then the other one's left to clutch it out. So, you know, eyes on Mace and Mace, but also eyes on Kazi and Aspect. Soon they'll be rewarded, I hope.
Well, they've got 2 games, so maybe they can win 1 each. But of course, there are 48 other teams that want as well that victory royale. Here we go into Game 11. Tony and Matsy, take it away.
Here we go. Enjoy the show. It's time to get back into the flow of things here. Cannot wait to see what is going to be in store for our teams right here, right now, as they load their way on to the bus here. And without further ado, they will be evacuating. Coming from me to you, Tony, we can see they're all looking to go to their respective loot spots. Let's see how it all plays out.
In Game 11, Matt, this is where things could get pear-shaped. We could see some hot drops. We can see some contests. It's been pretty tame, especially for, you know, teams at that lower part of the leaderboard, right? You know, they're not in contention of really moving up any further. My eyes are on the Clayton duo, of course, or the Balding duo, as we said. Surfing Saf and Drizzle as well, one of those teams that has been known to kind of go for some early contention, but early fights happening. Tinker will lose his duo, and Harry and Fisher actually coming out. Now Tinker having to clutch it up in the 2 versus 1.
Yeah, going to be in a bit of trouble there, Tone. So, going to be doing the best that they can to hold firmly onto this one, but managing to lose players early is a worst case scenario for one team or another here. Speaking of, Resigns in trouble there. Would it be a Tinker to save the day or not? Harry does get the knock there, so Tinker is still online, trying to see if they can bring their teammate back into the fray here. And Resigns will be a-okay, but that could have gone from bad to worse. And it always seems to be this duo of Fisher and Harry that, like, has a vendetta against these higher-ranked squads, right? They gave Alex and Reckless a lot of problems in some of the earlier games into yesterday.
Yeah, it's worrisome for those two. They had a good showing yesterday. You know, again, their contestants against Alex and Reckless were not too bad. They got themselves into some late games, but today's a different beast for them. Pumpkin Tarok, again, fight contestant down at Cluster Coast. They're going to be very cautious. They've slipped quite a bit, Matt. Unfortunate to see, right? Just knowing who Pumpkin and Tarok are, and especially how well Pumpkin placed in the last FNCS major. Alex and Reckless got out of the Lifty Lodge pretty quickly. Just chilling by the pool. Maybe going to catch Slayer on a rotation in. That's one of the Clayton duo falling.
Yeah, looking good for the moment. We'll see if they can capture anything else. Here we go. Balding. Going to be waiting patiently here. Is their fellow companion there. Not going to be so fortunate. Speaking of Bulldog, in an unfortunate position as well. Budgie going down also. Reckless. Good for some shots here. Does have Alex around the corner, so just trying to lock in on whatever they can and maintain the high ground here as Swizz and Slayer look to lay things down in the lower ground. They've got a smoke as well to cover their points of movement for the time being.
Yeah, this is a stabilizing smoke. It gives them cover to heal up. Alex and Reckless probably now starting to get a little bit elim hungry, especially after that big game last one. 10 out of Alex just on his own. 3, of course, from Reckless as well. Give him a ton of points. Mace, one of those duos that has been placing consistently but hasn't been putting the elims together, so now they want to take a fight early. Stashi going to get up on the high ground before them. EMAC, though, still running around. Stashi has to fall because the other Mace duo has taken up on the height as well. We see a fight, Vinxie and Sam Wing trying to see what they can do against Xyrox and their duo. Slinger, they've had quiet games and just, you know, wanted to get the nerves out and just have a little fun, Matt. Of course, as we see, you know, it gets later in the evening, it gets later in the games. A lot of these teams just, they want to take fights. They just want to have a little fun, you know, play a little competitive, but also like, let's shoot guns. I don't want to rotate. I don't want to play rotation simulator.
No, we don't want to be rotating all day long here. We want to get some elims. We want to get some knocks alongside them. We want to get it all happening, just like Mace is looking to make this happen against Nashik right now. Oh, good shot coming through. Chunks at the shield there, trying to yield an even bigger result here. As one of the Maces is in an uncomfortable position.
Oh, no.
The other one is still A-okay for now. Dashi going down as well. Mace needs to be careful here. They can't afford to go down early, especially now. 23 HP in a dream. Mace, you need to hold on for dear tournament life here. They will get the knock. 5 HP now. Mace, it's all down to this. They get the elim. Can you believe it, Tony? But it's not over and out yet.
Yeah, they're still going to have to deal with Stashi. But what a clutch from Mace there. That first knock, that first elim vital now to keep the Mace and Mace campaign going. On the other side of things as well, now game 11 really starts to settle in. Vazen and Xavier, one of the younger duos here in the competition. Of course, Xavier, I believe, used to team with Alex back in the day, so Both heavy shooters in their own regard, very young as well in terms of the competition. And, well, definitely showing that they've got that youthful dexterity about them, as we're already into the top 39, Matt, and that's the Mace duo out.
Over and out. That is not going to be good for their placements here, Tony. So, means we could see a bit of a shift in terms of that second place there. That is going to be very, very worrisome. We'll see how things go down. In the meanwhile, though, as FaZe and Xavier looking to go tunneling into a cave for now. See if they can find anything through there. Spooks and Damo just scouting for the time being. So probably we'll see a bit more just like this. In the meanwhile, you know, we're still in the early days of the storm here. Still have plenty of space that you can hold on to. But I'm curious if there's going to be any fights of desperation coming through towards the tail end here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Purav going to be snuck up on. Peppy misses the first shot. Purav able to slide away from that one, and now Peppy is the one that's getting collapsed upon here. Dummy has that sky base, but good shots there from Peppy. Sneaky going to try and get up towards their sky base. They will build up and they will overwhelm them, forcing them down to the low ground. Now Peppy and Sneaky, some good movement, and they still want to chase. They're going to follow them down here. Some great mechanics being put on display here. Purav, Dummy, still hiding away for the moment. Chug Jug's forced to use to get the shields back up. Gonna have to break out the floor beneath them to try and get an angle. This is always a scary fight to take. Game 11, right? Very important.
Yeah, it's important as ever here, Tone. Looks like Minty trying to get up close to Sneaky and Code here. Could actually get a sneaky shot. You know, Anon going to be around the corner to support them as well. Peppy doing the best they can. So third party would well and truly ensue here if the timing is just right, Tony. And I'm super keen to see who will be able to land the first shot.
Yeah, this is a heavy engagement. A lot of time has been drawn. And Anon, this is just a 2v2v2 right now. Everybody really wanting this help, really wanting this height. Dummy forced to edit. Put the walls up in place where Peppy is peppering those shots in. Just a standstill. You can sense the nerves from all of these squads right now. Minty and Anon just on the outskirts, waiting for the third party that built their way up with a nice little staircase. And realistically, whoever wins this fight controls a lot of the zone and controls a lot of the rotations in.
Yeah, they're going to have a real long-term plan here, right? They can certainly control the space, look to see if they can chip away at any of their opponents there and just really dictate the flow of play. Speaking of Sneaky, oh my goodness, just barely are getting the knock on to Anon there. Elimination followed up as well. So now looking to take control of this situation and maybe more to follow.
Yeah, that was Anon and their duo trying to be the third party, but they're in a little bit too early. And, well, Sneaky Peppy pretty happy about that scenario. Get themselves some meds, some mats. And, well, Dummy, Purav just kind of going quiet, trying to draw Peppy and Sneaky out. But they're not fooled. No nerves here for either team, right? Game 11. Nothing really to be nervous about. You're already well and truly warmed up into the game. And Sneaky, you'll spot that rift out on the outskirts. Well, it goes quiet. Both these two teams still not happy to fight. And Dummy, Purav trying to take back up on their sky base, but Sneaky will be meeting them up there.
Face to face already and waiting to clear the space here, Tone, but nobody's gone down for quite some time now, so very keen and curious to see how things will progress in a second here. Sneaky holds the height for the time being, ready to try and continue to navigate this one, get closer and closer to Dummy and Purav here. The shots are just belting away at the cover, but not able secure themselves the shot just yet. Ooh, getting closer and closer to it, Tony. Somebody's going to land the blow sooner rather than later. Burab are going to be the first one to fall, though. Looks like there is going to be more hands on deck on this one as they try to evacuate as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is going to be Sneaky now on to Everlong. And Sneaky, he's feeling the confidence now. And oh no, sometimes you get overconfident. But Peppy did get the trade. Pumpkin going for the res. Peppy also the same. So the trades go back and forth, and both teams are able to stabilize here as the third party flies on in as well.
Yeah, so far so good, Tony, and more fun to follow. Very eager to see how these next points of contact will progress. As Peppy just waiting patiently, trying to see where their duo is located there, and where Dummy may yet be hiding in wait as well. But Pumpkin actually going to be falling down in the meanwhile as well. So Pumpkin and Everlong's duo are going to place a 37th this time around, and Oatley and Gerald 38th there. So a few more places are being secured here. Unfortunate exits at this stage, but for the moment, Alex and Reckless just going to be riding the storm again. You know, they did this towards the end of the last game as well, where they just play around the outside, a real safe and sure approach just to secure the highest placement possible.
Yeah, that's what we saw the Kazi and Aspect's success, and that's why they're so far up the leaderboard today. It feels like a lot of these teams that got a lot of early points and an early lead yesterday are still maintaining that success, right? Kazi and Aspect in that top margin as well, with the likes of Resigns Tinker, who won 3 games yesterday, haven't won any today. And, well, Phasma Crusades, they have also placed consistently yesterday within the top 20. They've actually got probably one of the higher average placements of the top 10 at the moment. Let's see Damo securing a quick elim, 2 points to Spooks and Damo's board. Again, it's all about these last few points, these last few pushes as we go into the top 35 and that storm starts to shift. Matt, we're a little less healthy on squads compared to the start of the day.
Yeah, it seems that things are slowly but certainly cracking down, and it's really tough for our remaining competitors here, so curious how the storm surge will affect them now that that's taken effect as well for the remainder of our players. So they take it slow and steady. 3 teams going to be amongst this tower as well, and more could follow as they look to transform their position here. Minty in a bit of trouble, but they're going to be okay for now. Resigns and Tinker going to take it slow and steady as well. Now looking to bounce their way over to the zone there, taking a bit of damage in the meantime, but should still be okay as the gap begins to close, the zone getting tighter.
And zone gets tight. These teams really now start to lock down their positions. And, well, Sneaky getting taken out in the background. Unfortunate for their duo. 2 elims early for Tinker and Reside. And Anon, Mincy, one of those teams that can maybe stop Reckless and Alex on their rotation in. And that storm is pulling over the hill where Alex is, so have to throw up some walls and rotate. 2 early as well from Vazen and Xavier. Of course, they've found themselves in an interesting spot, down to 6th place after that last big game from Alex and Reckless. And probably want to find themselves back up on top as we rotate in. A lot of hills for a lot of teams to post themselves on. Resigns, Tinker, they've got themselves a little bit of a half hill. They'll be hugging against the cliff.
Yeah, they can sit comfortably for the moment. You know, I think they're going to be okay, but they are going to be bouncing forward. It could be met by Xavier and Vazen here. Oh, they will. Jumping straight into the fray here, ready to try and play around it, but they give up on it. Vazen taking a lot too much damage there. 24 HP in a dream. Will be able to cover themselves accordingly, but that certainly could have been worse for wear sooner rather than later if they'd stuck to that one, Tone.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one. Southern Pool And a lot of those mountains now no longer within this next storm. But 40 seconds, a lot of time to rotate in for a lot of these teams. So, going to be making their way in slowly. Vazen, Xavier. Again, keeping your eyes on them. One of the intended... Oh, a little bit of a missed shock grenade. Alex gets pushed away a little bit. We've seen some of that actually yesterday, not so much today. Teams are a little bit more cautious on their shocks. Oh, and Alex is getting peppered by bullets right now, down to 20. And he's going to be knocked down here.
Oh my goodness. Elimination. There they go, Tony. Alex and Reckless down and out there. 32nd place. This is fantastic. Great news for anyone trying to bridge the gap between them. That is not what you want to be placed, especially when you're on top at this stage of the tournament. Smacked, they're going to be smacked down there. Aspect of following through as well. Everybody are facing the music at this stage of the game right now, Tony. The chaos is well and truly underway.
Yeah, the chaos truly underway. And that's opened the door for the top 10 to make their move in towards first. And, well, for, Mace and Mace, it's probably got to feel like a bad thing to be sitting in the spectator chair because they saw that happen. Solvi and Saze is currently in third. And, of course, I believe still currently up at the moment. Resides and Tinker, of course, can still make their run. They can look to find that victory royale that they've been searching for desperately so far tonight.
Yeah, desperately searching far and wide here. King Saw and a 6 there. Will be going down nice and quickly here, and maybe more to follow. Xavier and Vazen, the best they can to just pelt through some suppressive fire here. See if they can belt ahead of this one. Everybody getting so close to one another as the zone continues to evolve. Silas are going to be shut out of the game accordingly as well. So we'll be able to find something in the meanwhile. But everybody doing the best they can to be as tenacious as possible here.
Tenacious as possible in the face of adversity. Top 24. And Tinker resigns. It's 3 for Tinker. 0 for Resigns. Normally Resigns is the one putting the pieces together. Tinker, very good supporting cast, but this is going to be them currently below Ghostly and Kooks, who this feels like a strange coincidence. Alex and Reckless getting taken out in top 30, and Kooks and Ghostly making their way into the top 20.
Ball placement's being locked down as well as Dummy and Purav are going to be locked into 25th there. No way. To be, 27th, but more follow up. Thor is 23rd, and then more to follow. Everybody going down within the blink of an eye here, Tony. Blink and you'll miss it onto these late stage eliminations. Everything, everywhere is going to be an angle you need to consider, so nowhere's safe, especially right now, as the zone continues to phase forth, and another team biting the dust there. Burger and Flies say goodbye.
Yeah, Burger taking out here. 20 squads left up. I don't know if it's 20 squads 2 or what. 33, 34 was in the lobby just previously. Goofy going to take out Kooks, and Jai's also going to be taken. Fully knocked them, taken out. Solvi, Sazers, only one elim to their board, but top 18, Matt, in contention for potentially putting themselves into first. The gap not too far. Shock grenade in their bunker, probably not what they're after right now.
No. I'd imagine not, Tony. Maybe just making sure they stay awake here as we're into the top 20 zone right now. Unicy and as Lorraine there, going to feel the pain as Spooks and Spotting. A bit of hot water as well. They be locked out also. So, unfortunate for them. Resigns and Tinker. Still going to be a-okay, but a Ghosty one and a Kooks will now be locked in too. 18th place, and now just like that, within the blink of an eye, it's going to be 3 squads down and out there. Goodbye to Xavier and more. And let's see who else is going to be taking the floor here.
Yeah, who else is going to be hitting the deck? Vazen. I'll see you later. 4 elims here for Resign and Tinker. as they pepper shots in. They know that Rainy is a little bit further behind, so they could look to make their approach here on this backside. Sazers and Solvly now going to be taken low. Sazers now having to clutch it up with the minis. Let's get the shields. Let's get the heals going here at least. He's going to use that lake to cover his approach. And of course, he's going to be running into 10 men above him. Sazers, though, he's hiding. Waiting for Cooper to drop in and take the shot. Now he's going to be Sazers. Oh, it's actually Saf taking that shot, and Sazers out. He's going to be the Sazers duo down in 10th, Matt. So, not bad placement, but Resigns and Tinker, they're still up. Especially with Resigns trying to clutch. He has no meds, so he's just going to have to take straight fights.
Well, it looks like it's not going to take anything for Storm. I'm going to get the better of them here. But something else maybe around the corner. Crusades doing the best they can, and we'll be able to find the elimination through towards Yuli's there. So good for them. Down to top 7 now. There it goes, locked in eventually. Damo be feeling some of the pain as well. Oh, going to be dropped straight down there. Phasma in a bit of trouble. It's all going to be up to Crusades now. Trying to do the best they can to hold on for these last critical moments here. Top 5 taken alive, Tony.
And top 5, Massimo and Tame have come to play here in the late game. Top 5 we haven't normally seen from them. They're taking shots. Massimo's down and Tame left to try and clutch it up. As Minty taking out Massimo fully. Will get down though by Damo, so still fights being taken. Crusades now out of meds as well. Everybody's out of meds. Crusades, that's probably not the play to make. It's Damo fighting Crusades. Damo fighting Mincy. Limbs picked up here for Anon and Mincy though. 10 overall on their board. 8 overall for Damo and Spooks. Down to the 1 versus 1 here in the zone, I believe. As well in the Storm is another player trying to heal it out. Damo, he's got some good shots. Limbs Tame and on the high ground here. Looking to drop some shots down onto Damo. Takes him low and goes for a fade away as he falls on top of him. Victory royale for Damo and Anon. Matt in a heavy limb game for them.
Yeah, well done to Anon and Minty there, taking away the victory royale. You know, they were doing their best to claw their way up, and they managed to make an impact when it mattered. So, how do you feel about that one, Ricey?
I mean, they managed to score 109 points from that game with the 11 elims. But of course, we have to talk about Spooks and Damo as well. They got 9 elims and 92 points. Both of those two teams are outside of the top 10 at the moment. But I think they're 11th and 12th, respectively. Spooks at 11th, Anon at 12th. So with that, they definitely should be making into the top 10. But, I mean, Alex and Reckless, they got eliminated so early at 32nd with 0 points. Currently at 488. I was doing some quick maths, and I think they might still just be barely on that first place still, with only maybe like 4 points between first and second. But of course, we'll have to see after the break because things are getting really heated. We'll see you guys shortly after this break. Welcome back to FNCS Major 2 OCE Grand Finals Day 2. We have one more game left. Chat, one more game. And I have to say, even still, right now, Matsy, we have no idea who's going to be coming first or second because top 3 are separated by how many points, Matsy?
3 is the magic number. 3 points. Can you believe that? Alex and Reckless are barely in first place there, with Resigns and Tinker close behind by 3 points. And then third place, oh yeah, there's only 1 point separating second and third place. This is insanity. There is so much at stake here.
So much at stake. I mean, of course, the prize money that we looked at the prize pool and lots of money on the line for all of these teams. But of course, first and second will be representing us in the Global Championship. And right now, I could not make any predictions on who it would be. Will it be Alex representing OCE for the 9th time? Or will it be Resigns Tinker coming in as well? They have a lot of experience behind them. Sophie and Cazers, a team that I'm super excited to see plays really highly because we haven't seen heaps from them before, but here and right now they are really showing up, Tony.
Yeah, I love a good underdog story if you're from OCE. And yeah, Solvi says is carrying that banner. Vazen, Xavier as well, you know, 4th place for them. They're pretty close to being in the money. But as well, Mace. It's a lot of, I guess, teams that started at the top towards the tail end of the, the start of the day. Now it's slowly starting to teeter off. Some would say it's, nerves getting to them. Some would say it's choking. I don't know, but it's just a lot not going right for Mace, for Kazi and Aspect, who just haven't seemed to put a win across the board.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams, I highlighted them earlier, were the only 2 teams in the top 5 that hadn't gotten a victory royale yet. And this last and final game of the day is definitely the game that they most desperately need that win. I mean, there's only about 52 points separating Kazi from first place. If they get that victory royale, if they get a 100-point game, they could potentially take that first place. Actually, really, nearly anyone in that top 10 could get a 100-point game and hope the rest of the top 10 also get eliminated early, and they could actually come first or second. So definitely still eyes on Mace, eyes on Kazi and Aspect, because really this is anyone's game. Only 50 points separate first and 6th. And Matsy, I mean, what are you expecting coming out from the final game of the day?
There is going to be a huge target on every single team within the top 6. Nowhere is safe. No one is safe. They want to get the eliminations as early as possible. Considering what's at stake here, there is going to be a desperate plays coming out from those within the top 6, but also from those barely scraping the surface outside of it, because they want to secure as high a position as possible. So, very interested to see how these teams navigate this treacherous situation, because it's a very uphill battle, no matter where you come at it from.
No, you're totally right, Matsy. Even if they don't manage to get first or second, if they place third, the duo will still be walking away with $8,000 versus maybe below 10th being less than 1,000. So you really want to try and get yourself as high as possible, if not for, of course, recognition or making it to the Global Championship, but also for that money as well, part of that prize pool. And well, we've got our eyes on quite a few teams, but I'm sure Matt and Tony, you've got your eyes on heading into Game 12. Enjoy the final game of the night.
Thank you so much, Royce. It's time to get down to business all over again. The final showdown here between our squads. Who will come out on top of this one? Who will secure their placement in the World Circuit there? Who will be able to take away the grand prize and take away better placements? It's all going to be decided right here, right now, as the bus comes rolling in. Our squads make their evacuation, go to the drop spots, and get ready to roll. Tony, let's get down to it.
Yeah, we're getting into the final game. And this is where it all on the line here. Make or break. Points that separate the top. It's only 3. It's only 1 between second and third. Matt, this is a little bit more of a closer gap than we saw from Major 1. Reckless really ran away with a point lead in the last time they played. And of course, then went overseas to represent OCE at the Major 1 Summit. And, well, unfortunately didn't have as good as a showing as they probably would have liked. But still, you know, their crown is being tested here in this final game. And they've shaked up their landing spot, as have most of the squads here. A few towards Shake and Sanctuary. And Alex and Reckless, they're not landing at the lodge anymore. They're out in the wilderness. They're out in the wild. They want to hunt for some early elim, some early points to rack up the total that gets them in towards that Major Summit 2 qualification.
Yeah, they need to do everything they can here in order to maintain a position, stay poised into this one. It's the first a couple of squads that will meet their demise early, so it'll be unlucky for Asterix Kurosaki and Zabs there, as well as Twixie and Jai. But there's going to be more to follow as River and Falcon will say goodbye. So 47 remain, and it's already heating up in the early phase here.
Already heating up. Danger and Lyrics.
Oh,
Good shots, yeah. Just quick elim. And leaving no stone unchecked here. Battlewoods. Really a battlefield. Alex Reckless. This is just... It feels so strange to see them out this far. Of course, normally towards the northern side, but they're in the middle of the map where, realistically as well, it puts them in a little bit more of a predicament. Ooh, okay. A little fancy feet there from Jake's. Bulldog's taken out.
yeah. Nice, good footwork there. Feeling the energy. And keen to see what else they can do here, Tony. As we go down to 45 remaining. So Venox and Bulldog going down on 47th there. Not going to be too happy with that. You know, their placements have slowed to almost a halt and will not be able to get any further along. So, you know, albeit they'll probably be, I'd say, within maybe the top 20 or just outside of it. So they've got to be happy with that. But we'll see how things fare into the rest of the endeavor, as Heza and Smack have also been locked out on 46th place there. And with Goofy now facing the music, you'll see another squad going down in a second. Fisher will be taking this fight head on, though, against Eggman and Silas.
Eggman and Silas. Some shots coming out. Harry and Fisher haven't had a good day, Matt. We saw a lot of placements from them yesterday. We saw them get in towards the top echelon, and then they've tailed off today. It's just the unfortunate circumstance that how the lobby has played out. It's been a lot more aggressive fights, and this final game proving no different. As the meds are popped. Reckless and Alex, though. They've got good sight lines here to a few of the squads just outside of the Sanctuary.
Yeah, looking to change scenery as well. See if they can get a few more resources. Drizzle are going to be a notch there by Feast as well. So looking to see if they can capture any more presence from there. As Reckless now makes an evacuation. Sea-Dog and Co. Looking to take control of the show as well. Gerald just adapting. Unity now in their crosshairs here, doing the best they can to get the shots through. Slow and steady. You might spin this one together. Lorraine bring the pain. Gerald now no armor. Needs to calm this one down quicker than ever. They will reunite with Oatly, but they have no time to really have a resurgence here. Solaro going to go down in the meantime as well. So now looking to take a temporary retreat from that battle and try and get themselves revitalized as quick as they can.
Seeing how quickly they can even themselves out here. It's down in the top 45. Harry goes down to Eggman. Alex Reckless. They're still poking around here. They want an elim or two. Actually, just... I believe in that. Is that Alex on his own? Where's Reckless?
I think they, got separated. I think Reckless is actually scouting a little bit.
Okay, there he is, yeah.
Now they're looking to reunite. So Fisher and Harry are going to be eliminated in the meanwhile. So unlucky to them. But Alex and Reckless are going to do whatever they can to just, continue to cultivate as many resources as possible. Get ready for these late game fights here, and no one's really taking it to them at the moment, so this is perfect for them playing the long game.
Yeah, playing the long game. And, what, 6? Oh, shots coming out. 6 doesn't want to go down without a fight. It is, I believe, Zert and their duo. Unfortunately, down pretty low on the leaderboard. Haven't had the best of major twos, but you could potentially make somebody else's day by playing upset to a lot of these teams on the outskirts and really shake the lobby up. Of course, it's the game of Fortnite, Matt, is dominoes fall with each elim that happens.
Yeah, it's going to fall one after the other. Maybe a slow pace at first, but it will certainly get quicker as things carry on here. As we are right on the edge of having our top of 40 locked in. See who will be able to make it happen. Cassibot and Aspect is holding a position for the moment. Not looking to lock down anything else as yet. You know, they are still within that top 6 position there, so certainly want to try and hold on to their own position, even if they might not be able to secure first or second. They can definitely still have a good crack at it here. So, see how things go. As they still take it slow and steady, not looking to commit to the fight yet.
And no one committing to anything crazy, especially if you're still in that top 10. One big game. 100-pointer could shoot you up into land qualification, especially with how some of the top 5 have been placing in these last few games, man. Of course, Mace, and Alex and Reckless's team haven't been doing all too great in the last few, but of course, looking to shake the nerves off. This is where you have to clutch up.
Yeah, clutch up and give it your absolute best, Tony. As they are going to be slowly but certainly pressed here. It looks like it is going to be Mech is there in a bit of trouble. Will be now locked in to the top of 40 here. So, unfortunate for their squad, but eventually everybody's time comes. So, they are going to be looking to take it slow, the 2 Maces here, which I don't blame them for just holding away. You know, considering they're within that top 5 position there, they want to do whatever they can to go as far as possible. Poor Z-Dog forced to take a tactical retreat as well. Not having Goofy with them will be problematic in the long term.
Oh, Alex Reckless, they caught out in a little bit of a pond, not a giant ocean like they were yesterday. But still, water could be their downside. Z-Dog going to be taken by Bingle down at 39. There's Rain, their duo. Of course, the ones that were taking shots down at Alex and Reckless now met themselves a duo on the outskirts of Golden Grove. I'm going to have to pop the jugs, pop shock grenade in a second.
Yeah, gonna have to pop it through in a second here. See if they can gather anything further. Thor gonna be facing the thunder there from a Dashi, so gonna be unlucky for them. Rainy as well. Over and out onto this one. So good knocks are gonna be locking in the elims slowly, but certainly here. We'll be able to bounce their way into the high. It's sneaky. I like what they're doing here, playing it around. But Xavier, they just shut them out of this one. Them and Vazen. Gonna see if they can blaze ahead. Xavier, though, in a bit of trouble. Needs their teammate support desperately here. Does at least have the jugs if they want to take a second, but they're not going to have a second considering how close their enemies are to them.
Yeah, this is a close quarter affair. Xavier, though, at least able to get some healing. We'll be able to use the jug once again. Sneaky and Peppy, they're looking to be the ones that upset the lobby a little bit here. Xavier Vazen really wanting it to fight for their chance to go to land. And, well, Peppy, Sneaky would look to stop them in their tracks, of course. A very important fight. It goes to a standstill, at least. Xavier Vazen, they're able to heal up. Sneaky and Peppy, actually, the ones that are a little bit lower in the HP department. Peppy's going to be securing the high ground. Sneaky bounces up to join him. And positional advantage here, at least for the duo.
Yeah, looking to maintain the high ground for the moment. See how it all fares in a second, though, Tone. They are going to be facing a lot of problems ahead of them. Slow and steady. May be able to spin something together, but they're at a bit of a stalemate for the moment. You know, one has the high ground, one has the low ground, and nobody looking to dive too deep into the fight yet. They are changing position, though, Peppy. Ready to try and hunt down Xavier and Vazenbot here.
Yeah, they're just, again, it's still like a little bit of back and forth between these two. They're swapping positions, they're trading places. Chugjaw's having to be burned here. A lot of resources from this fight having to be extended. And that's when you really start to question how long you want to take it. Sneaky going to be knocked down there off of the tower and eliminated on the fall down. Now just left to Peppy. 1 versus 2. Xavier Vazen. Though, as we said, running out of meds. That Chugjugs have fully lost all their liquid. They're going to have to try and just fight it out here.
Yeah, fight it out. Do the very best they can, Tone. See if they can sustain through this battle one step further. So there will be a few elims locking in the feed in the meantime here. But nothing too substantial as yet. Vazen, Xavier looking to walk their way back. Peppy still good on the tower there, so they can look to claim that space or perhaps look to reposition. Swanky Land well and truly in effect there. I'm sure Tony would like to visit that at the conclusion of this broadcast.
Well, absolutely. I might need a little joy to me. I'm feeling stressed like the players are right now, Matt. This is still so tense. Top 37 as that storm closes in. Dummy and Purav, this is a little bit of a rat angle here. On the team lying in wait in the building.
Could be more in a second as Kyoto goes down there. So going to be a solid beginning coming through from them, but whether they can carry that through to the end is a true test, Tone. As the storm gets more and more intense over time, and it's going to reach its next phase within seconds here. So very keen, curious. So what else they are going to be able to cook up out of this one. 36 teams remain here. Alex and Reckless, the pressure is on. First or nothing on to this one. And speaking of Paris and Envy, doing a great job to find one of the maces there. This is no big problem. You can't afford to go down here, Tone. And just like that, their hopes may be extinguished.
I salute Mason Mace. That's them down in 35th, 36th. And, well, 5th overall on the leaderboard. Probably not too many points. And out of land contention here. A lot of teams doing a lot of ratting going on here. Xavier, Vazen, they really want these elims because all of the points matter in this final game. There's no more games after this. This is where you make your big resurgence into the top, into that top 2.
Yeah, you got to do everything you can, to maintain position. Bearing in mind, right, like our top 3 teams still in contention here.
Yep.
Still got plenty of them available. I think even our top 4 teams, for that matter, still online. So it's anyone's game if any of them manage to hold on tight to this one. See how it all progresses, though. So there is going to be more eliminations locked down in the meanwhile, Tony. And maybe more to follow up as Vazenbot and Xavier look to lock in. One more elim maybe on the slinger there, but looks like they are going to reposition in the meanwhile as the storm chips away at them.
Yeah, oh my god, Vazen.
Xavier's in trouble.
Yeah, Xavier's in trouble. Gonna be knocked there. Vazen at least trying to find an elim quickly. Slinger we got on the outskirts. Shots land. Quick. Going to be quick walling up here. But of course the zone's in the way. Storm forcing Vazen back for the moment. Couldn't get the res, so Xavier gonna be out unless they find a reboot. Vazen now, this is tournament life for them. Down to 8 HP, able to clutch up, get the wall down. But he's out of meds, Matt.
Yeah, out of meds, and they're gonna be in a lot of hot water, Tone. I don't know how they survive this, honestly. It is completely rough. You know, 8 HP in a dream. That dream could be extinguished, especially for Casibot and Aspect as well. Holding on for dear life here. Gonna do whatever they can, and just like that, their hopes and dreams now extinguished. Goodbye, farewell to our top 6 team there. They will progress no further.
Basin just hiding while the rest of the teams duke it out. Top 29 here. A lot actually up in this later stage of the game, Matt. I was expecting, you know, down to maybe our top 25, top 22 by now, but 29 up in a zone like this, it's going to be a lot of action happening very quickly. A lot of teams going to be bowing out of this tournament in just a second.
Yeah, bowing out within a moment. Could it be a reality? See how things go. So we take it slow and steady here for our remaining 28 squads. Resigns and Tinker still holding strong onto this one. Still got plenty more to give to this situation. And Drizzle going to be the next one to fall in the face of combat there. So the zone getting tighter and tighter. The future may be brighter and brighter, but we'll see how things fare in a second. Alex and Reckless now get closer and closer here. Storm Surge online as well. They're just below the threshold. I'm sure that'll change quick. We'll see how things fare though. Vazen still online somehow. Trying to tank the zone, but it's over and out for Vazen. Goodbye, farewell.
Now 7 to Vazen and Xavier. Now out of top 2 contestant and out of land qualification. Alex and Reckless, they're still up, Matt. 1 elim to their board in the top 23. Looking to close the gap here. And Tinker and Resigns, of course, still probably up in the mix. Because top 23 is a lot of names across the line. Yeah, well, we'll see Resign in the feed. They'll pick up some elims. But they're on the low ground here. Same with Alex and Reckless, so both teams could be meeting each other in a fateful engagement here on the low ground if they're not careful.
Yeah, it could be meeting face-to-face on this one, so going to be a tough battle ahead of them. That's for certain, Tone. Very keen, curious to see how it will all play out as Eggman looking to get some shots through towards Alex and Reckless here. Desperately trying to take them out of the game. Will they be able to succeed? All will be decided, all will be proven within moments. But for now, everybody's getting closer and closer, Tony. This is where things start to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, top 20 in tight corners, tight angles. Everybody playing for keeps. Resign and Tinker. 2 elims to their board. And very important, they keep this pace up. They found Crusades here on the outskirts. 2 teams below them. And Zaz's. And Solvi, of course, we didn't get to speak about them all too much at the moment. We haven't seen them just yet, but they've kept their heads down low. Into the top 20 for them as well. Currently 3rd on the overall leaderboard, so land contention still there for them as well. Alex and Reckless, again, this is them not wanting to choke it, Matt. They've choked a few unfortunate games tonight, but this one, most important to them right now. This is where your medal gets tested as a major champion.
It's their time to shine and see if they are going to be up to the test here. Or whether they may yet get left behind. Ghosty in a bit of trouble. Alex, Reckless, running down hell upon them. And we'll lock in the elimination there now. Ooh, right on the other side of Resigns and Tinker. This could be a big problem. If they face off right now, this could decide who will be taken away in the end. Let's see if this battle goes down or whether it's going to be something else entirely before us.
This is a important battle. Alex getting some chip damage from a outskirts opponent. Resign and Tinker. They're in the deep mix of things here. That zone is shifting and closing. Going to be a lot of teams still up and on down to Pumpkin. And the top 17, still Reckless and Alex. Just great maneuvering here. This is really where the tight corners where there is like 50 teams around you right now. Top 16, we'll see one from Reckless. And we'll hopefully see a little bit more from them.
Oh my days, Tony! Alex and Reckless have gone down! Sazers, Solvi, their hopes may yet be alive into this, and save the Resigns and Tinker! Oh my goodness! Alex and Reckless hope could be over and out from there, but no! Solvi, Sazers, they're out of here, Tony! Oh my days!
0-7. Solvi, Sazers, they played so well today. Played their hearts out yesterday. And now this is Resigns and Tinker in their flow state, up on the height, with all of the freedom to shoot down on every single opponent in their way. Envy trying to get in top 6 here. And continue to walk it forward. They've got all the space, Matt. Look at all of the building that's happened here. Just so much room. Envy trying to run it out now. Pumpkin, Tarok, this is the first time we've seen them in top 5 today and throughout the tournament. They've been a little bit of quiet in these last few games. Pumpkin and Tarok maybe looking to shoot their way up the leaderboard as well. Resign. Drop down to low ground just to peek for just a little bit more. Top 5 still ensues. Nobody going down just yet.
Everybody holding on in our top 5 teams. Who will stay? Who will go? Resigns and Tinker, I'm just going to try and secure the highest place possible, you know, to see if they can secure a victory with a confidence onto this one, a secure land position there. We'll see how it all plays out as the zone now looks to transform. It's going to have to adapt to their line of sight, their line of combat accordingly. See a few problems now starting to line up here. Resigns and Tinker now looking to dive into the fight as well. They want some eliminations to their name too, Tony. They want to earn some extra points. And it will be jumping straight into it. Top 4, get ready for more.
Yeah, that's quick. Elim's done and dusted for Resign, and now down to the top 4. And we'll reclaim their position on the high. Tarok Pumpkin just going to take out Burger. The Elim goes to Tarok, and now they're slowly crawl their way in on the low ground while Resign and Tinker have the height. And they will take out another Slayer. Now down to the 2 versus 2 in this endgame match. And the drops, the shots to come in here.
Oh my goodness. Tinker will fall there. Pumpkin and Everlong gonna be the last one standing. Trying to see if they can shut her down. Resign, they will succeed. So one last moment, one last victory for Pumpkin and Everlong here. GG, well played. Resigns and Tinker taking away second in that game, but maybe not second on the leaderboard, I reckon. But hey, you never know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure with 84 points, Resigns and Tinker were definitely able to get above Alex and Reckless with that 3-point difference. The king has been dethroned. Alex and Reckless are not going to be out here with their first place. Instead, Resigns and Tinker will be walking away with first. If I am not correct, that should be the case. We'll wait until, of course, the scoreboard comes up. But what an amazing day, Tony. We had everything happen, basically. We've had the leaderboard completely flip on its head multiple times. Alex was so close to getting the 9th win in and the 5th win in a row, but just at the final game, the duo faltered, and it's going to be Resigns and Tinker having the victory.
Yeah, that is it's a big win for Resigns and Tinker. They've been consistent throughout this major too. And again, to credit a lot of the teams that made it towards the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day here, right? Phasma Crusades, they had a quiet day. Spooks and Damo really impressed here. Anon Mincy definitely slowly made their crawl up. Vazen and Xavier as well. You know, the teams that started at the top of the day and now kind of slithered down towards the bottom. Cassie and Aspect, Mace. The clutch factor wasn't there in those last few games.
Yeah, Mason, Mace, Cassie, and Aspect, while they were placing really high in the first half of the Major 2 OCE Grand Finals, they never got their victory royale. Spooks and Damo, though, they also never got their victory royale, but they had some massive players coming throughout the entire day. But I definitely want to take a moment to talk about Sobi and Sazers as well. While they got eliminated quite early in this game 6 at 38, sorry, They managed to get 38 points though, finishing at 11th place. So we're never to get in that top 10. But they have now scored themselves so many points to be able to potentially contest for that second place.
Yeah, really well played from them, isn't it, Tone? Like, I'm just really impressed with the confidence that's come through there, right?
Yeah, the insane confidence, especially at these final marks. And of course, as we see that replay, Pumpkin is going for a little bit of a swim. And the replays around our mat. We get to look at the leaderboard here, Rice. Check it out.
It's absolutely amazing to see. I mean, Resigned and Tinker, after that play, after coming second in Game 6, after the consistency throughout the entire weekend, we can see them winning the entire tournament of FNCS Major 2 here, Grand Finals, with 569 points. Soviet Sazers, we have been so impressed with them the entire weekend, Matt, 522 points. But of course, Alex, down in third place. I mean, I say down, but that unfortunately means he's not making the Global Championships.
Yeah, GG, well played there. You know, after a harder fought battle, unfortunately, they aren't going to be able to make it through this time. But the margin was certainly tight, especially after that second last game there. You know, the top three fighting hard fought and very impressed and well deserved for everybody in terms of their placements here. Even seeing a tied 4th and 5th place is kind of incredible.
Tied 4th and 5th, Vazen, Xavier, Anon, and Mintybot. I mean, Mintybot came in on this this game 12. I don't think even in the top 10. I'm looking here. I can't see them in the top 10 when they came into this. So they climbed up completely, extremely aggressively after getting 44 points here and made themselves to be able to get into this 5th spot. So fantastic work coming out from Anon and Mintybot. So it's just been really exciting. Game 6. Hey, Tony, absolutely full of full of surprises coming in. What was your most exciting thing and most surprising thing about the final leaderboard?
I'm surprised. I guess like for Mason Mace has the aspect just placing so consistently. Unfortunately, just again the win gets you a ton of points, 65 overall points for that big duo. Allen, that's where they just kind of couldn't hit the mark. We saw Phasma Crusades. They had a little bit of a Kazian aspect day today. You know, they slowly crawled their way up after having a little bit of a slower start. Spooks and Demo really impressed me as well. And Not and Minty at 5th, also not a bad shout.
Yeah, absolutely amazing work coming out from that 5th to 10th spot as well. I mean, Oatly and Gerald, they had a rough day one, but they've clawed themselves into that 10th spot as well, being able to walk away with some extra cash. But I really have to give full awards to Resigned and Tinker, Matty, being able to take first place. Is there anything else you want to talk about here about Resigned and Tinker or about anyone else in the top 10?
Yeah, like really consistent across the whole tournament there. Very impressed that they've been able to take away the first place there. You know, there were certainly names to watch. Even after the last time we saw these competitors battle it out in the last qualification there, they've certainly proved that consistency is key, and they were able to break it free. But yeah, one thing that did surprise me was the fact that Venox and Bulldog, you know, they had a bit of a fall from grace today, you know, falling outside of the top side of things into the 17th place eventually. So unfortunate for them to have a bit of a descent this time.
Yeah, Venox and Bulldog had such a strong day one. They had so many elims after being very aggressive in day one, but day two, maybe they just didn't get enough sleep or something, because yeah, today they just weren't able to get the same amount of aggression, same amount of points on the board, as you said. Finishing in 17th is still not bad, top 20, but after being like 3rd and 4th the entire time of day one to now finishing in 17th, I'm sure it's something that they might have to have a few thoughts on and maybe change up their plans for day twos in the future. But wow, it's been amazing today, and these players have been fighting all day, of course, for this prize pool. We can see first place will be walking away with $16,000 Tony, and that, of course, will be going to Resigned and Tinker.
Yeah, Resides and Tinker, they book their seat at LAN, and they also get themselves a nice cash prize. Second, of course, to Solvi and Sazers. with that 12,000 US dollars. Not a bad shout for the top two, of course. Reckless and Alex will be walking away with 8,000 US dollars, but no land qualification for them. They don't get to defend a title. And well, as we go down the prizing total, of course, everybody really walking away with some cash at the end of the day. 8th place, of course, to Mason Mace. They'll be walking away with 1,600 USD split between them. Not a bad shout. And then, of course, 9th, 1,400, 10th for 1,200. And then 11th to 20th still getting themselves $1,000. So everybody, I guess, realistically walking home a winner. But, you know, for a lot of these teams, the cash is good, but they definitely wanted that land spot.
Yeah, they want that land spot. They want that, what do you call it? The brownie points to be able to say, hey, I am the best in OCE Major 2 Grand Finals. But of course, the crown will go the way of Resigned and Tinker. Congratulations to everyone who competed today, but also a big congratulations to our first and second place, Resigned and Tinker and Sovi and Caesars. It would be fantastic to watch them on the Global Championship stage. But that is all from all of us here today. Thank you so much to, of course, Fortress for the production, but of course for all of you guys for watching as well, the FNCS OCE Major 2. We'll see you guys all in the next one. Good night and goodbye.